11, 12, 13, there we go. It's okay, we're gonna begin with the calling roll, but we need to make sure that we get Tina live here first. I need to let y'all know that we have about 30 people in the waiting room right now, and I'll say this again in a second, and Tina will bring them in probably about groups of 5. As you can see from what we're looking at right now, the screen's pretty busy. And if we add 30 people, it's gonna be very difficult to keep up with what's going on. Tina, are we ready to be live?
Yes, sir. You just went live.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We're going to call to order the meeting of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for the City of Hendersonville, Tennessee. It's December 8th, 2020, 7:03 p.m. We're going to, I need to let people know a couple things here. We have approximately 30 people in our waiting room that have signed up to speak at citizen comments. Actually, I think it's more than 30. So there are some people that are in the waiting room that the only way they can really follow what's going on is if they have a second device where they can watch us live stream, but they won't be on the screen that we see until close to the time that they're going to speak. And Tina, with our IT department, she's going to let folks in about 5 at a time. You can see it's a pretty busy screen as it is, so we don't want to make it uncomfortable and too much busier. So that's the way we're going to handle that as far as bringing people in. A couple other things is just to make sure that everybody is in good shape technologically. I'm going to ask Kay to call the roll. And if you could do that, Kay, I very much appreciate it.
Brown,
Here.
Campbell,
Here.
Collins,
Here.
Cunningham,
Here.
Dixon,
Here.
Edwards,
Here.
Hayes,
Here.
Peterson,
Here.
Petrelli,
Here.
Robertson,
Here.
Skidmore,
Here.
Waters,
Here.
Clary.
Here.
Looks like everybody's present.
I appreciate that, Kay. We have everybody present, including a couple new folks. And I'll welcome Alderman Collins, Alderman Dixon, Alderman Peterson, as well as the folks that recently were reelected. It's good to see y'all. It's good to be back to business here. I need a couple other cautions as we go about this. Don't think when I'm looking this way that I'm not paying attention. I have 2 screens right here that I follow, and then I have an awful lot of notes in front of me. I will do my best if I'm going to take a drink of water to sort of zoom over to the side, so y'all don't have to watch me do that. And I also do my best when I have conversations with Tina to mute myself and talk to her by phone. So that way we don't have to slow down the meeting and get terribly convoluted. Now I'm going to entertain a motion to accept our agenda, and I'm going to add something once we have a motion.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Alderman Waters, a second from Alderman Edwards. What I would like to do is add our city administrator's report under other agenda items after A. Then what I would do is I would move the mayor's report to C. So city administrator's report would be B. We just had an oversight there. When we removed reports from committees, we accidentally removed the reports, the other reports. So I'm going to make a motion that we add to the agenda, and that we add under other agenda items, item B, city administrator's report, and then we'll move the mayor's report to item C.
So moved.
I have a motion and a motion for myself, a second from Alderman Waters. I have a couple hands up. Do the people who have their hands up want to discuss this one item, or is it something else?
I'd like to move something else.
Okay.
Something else.
Any objection to going ahead
something
and
else.
voting on, any objection to going ahead and voting on this item? Doesn't seem like there is any. All in favor of adding that amendment to the agenda, please signify by saying aye when Kay calls your name. Those opposed, please say no.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
You're muted. Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye. That's
unanimous.
Okay. Also want to add the pledge, which typically would be before the acceptance of the agenda, but also miss this agenda. Any other, I'll make that motion at this point.
Second.
And a second from Alderman Waters. Any discussion on that? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary,
Aye.
unanimous.
Thank you, Kay. That passed unanimously. Alderman Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two things. I guess both would be amendments. I understand that you have proclamations for the aldermen that have left. Are you going to read those tonight, or do we need to add those to the agenda? Or
I don't have those with me. The plan was to do them a couple weeks ago. We can do them in the future. I just don't have those with me right now.
okay, could we do that, say, next meeting? Next
Sure.
scheduled meeting?
Sure.
Okay, that'll be on the agenda then. All right, thank you. The one thing I do want to add is I think we need to amend the agenda after committee on committee reports to elect a vice mayor. Right now, we don't have anybody in your stead if something would happen there. So I would make that amendment.
Second.
Motion from Alderman Brown, a second from Alderman Campbell. Any discussion on that? We were planning to do that at the next meeting. We can do that at this meeting. I've got 4 hands up. Alderman Cunningham, Alderman Edwards, Alderman Campbell. Do you want to speak on this item?
No, sir.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask, are we going to put that as item D after the mayor's report?
I think you said it would be item B under committee reports. Alderman Brown, am I correct?
Yes.
Oh, B, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you, but I do have something else, Mayor, afterwards. Thank you.
Appreciate that. All those in favor of the motion to add election of vice mayor as item B under committee reports, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
I'm sorry,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary,
Aye.
that's unanimous.
It passes unanimously. Thank you, Kay. Alderman Brown. Alderman Brown, anything else?
Nothing else, sir. No, thank you.
Appreciate that. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. This doesn't require a vote. I just want to remove item M from the agenda.
Done. You're the only sponsor. Alderman Edwards.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. This may be the proper time to talk about this, or when we get to actually discussion of items A and B. I reached out to our city attorney, and you have them in the forms of motions, but and our city attorney can speak to this, but according to the city attorney, they really should be resolutions if you're going to rescind resolutions. I think this is the proper time to talk about it. You may disagree with me on that. You may want to make a motion at this point to amend the agenda to make these resolutions instead of motions. And apparently the city attorney has reached out to you and the city recorder about doing this properly by making them resolutions. I don't know if there was any response to that, but perhaps our city attorney can enlighten us a little bit, if you don't mind, Mr. Bradley.
Yes, when you reached out to me today, I did a little research and I was pretty sure I already knew the answer just based on my experience. But typically it takes an act of equal dignity. That's the term that the courts use when they're reviewing these things it takes an ordinance to amend or repeal an ordinance. It takes a resolution to amend or repeal a resolution. You typically would not use a motion, which is a less formal action. A motion is not a written thing that you have before you that you can actually look at like a resolution is. So in this case, the proper way, if the issue is whether or not we're going to rescind resolutions passed at our last regular meeting. And the proper way to do that is a resolution repealing those resolutions. And the city recorder today prepared those resolutions. She has the resolution numbers, and that they're real simple. They just say, the first one says that resolution 2020-59 is hereby repealed, and the other one says resolution 2020-70 is hereby repealed. Those are the two things that are A and B. So Mr. Edwards and I we just wanted to make sure that if we're going to vote on this, we do it in a way that's legal, a way that would be binding on the board, so that the board can get to the merits of the vote without quibbling about the procedures involved. So it's a pretty simple thing to treat those as resolutions rather than motions. And that's my recommendation. If you want me to, I can right now send those resolutions to the members of the board. The city recorder sent them to me. I can forward them to all the board members, but they only say what I said. They just basically say that they repeal that. So it's just a technicality, but we want to be sure that whatever we do, certainly on something as important as a bond issue or the issue of the city administrator, we want to be sure that we're doing it the right way. So that was the discussion Mr. Edwards and I had, and that was the reason I had reached out to you this afternoon, Mr. Mayor, to make sure we do this in the right way.
Alderman Edwards, you might have an easy way to deal with this. I could read 2 pages of Robert's Rules of Order why I disagree. What I'll do instead is when we get to those items, I'll read them as a resolution and insert the proper wording.
Okay, that'll be good. I just want to make sure we get this done procedurally correct. So that would probably be the best way to do it, Mayor. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Alderman Edwards, anything else?
Well, I would. I don't know if someone else in the queue is going to.
You got the floor.
Okay, well, I would respectfully request, and I would make a formal motion that we move items H and I, that's the Belsford Landing and the Jackson Townhomes, to the first items that would be before items A and B, because we have a lot of people here that really are going to speak to this and that are actively involved in this. So that would be my motion.
Second that motion.
Motion is second. The only thing I'll say about that is we have a lot of people for several items in the queue in the waiting room. So I would prefer that we keep the agenda as it is. Any other discussion on that?
I'd like to
So
add.
what Alderman Edwards has proposed is that we move items H and I up to the very beginning under ordinance and resolutions.
Second.
We actually have a second from Alderman Campbell, and have those heard first, and moving everything else below that. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye when Kay calls your name. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
No.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
No.
Waters,
No.
Clary.
No.
That's 9 ayes, 4 nays.
That passes with a majority vote. Kay and Annette, both of y'all are on here. If you could remind when we get to that point that A and B are now pushed down and H and I. Alderman Edwards, this is H and I, am I correct?
You're correct in that order. Yes.
I appreciate it. Alderman Edwards, you still have the floor if you have something else.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
I appreciate that. Alderman Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to move item L. I'd like to move below those 2 items and also items A and B, so that'd be E in line there.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, I'd like to move item L, should be employee holidays, because we're getting ready to be going to January 1. Need to have this in place for the employees. I'd like to move it to item E on our agenda, which would be behind the 2 items Alderman Edwards moved, and then also the 2 items A and B that are on the agenda right now.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion, a second. Alderman Campbell, I think what we would do then is we have HILAB.
No, it'd be IABL.
HIABL, okay.
Yeah, I'm putting
Sorry
it
about
below
that.
your 2 items. I want to move it down to get those other 2 items in there as well, sir.
Okay,
Repeat that, please.
so Alderman, go ahead, Alderman Campbell.
It would be items H, I, A, B, and then L. That helps. Thank you.
Any questions or discussion on that? Only hand I see is Alderman Campbell.
I'm good. Let me take that down, sir.
All those in favor of moving item L after item B, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye, I suppose.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
No. Nay.
Waters.
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
That's 12 ayes, 1 nay.
Okay. So I don't see anybody else with their hand up. I don't see anybody waving at me. I don't see anybody jumping up and down. So I assume that those are the last of the proposed amendments for the agenda. Having said that, now we're back to the main motion of accepting the agenda as it's amended. And here are the amendments. That we are going to have an election for vice mayor under committee reports, item B. We're going to move items H and I under ordinance and resolutions to be considered first, followed by A and B, followed by L. Then we'll pick up with the rest of the agenda as it was printed. Under appointment of under other agenda items, we will have a city administrator's report. And we have removed item M under ordinances and resolutions. Kay, does that seem like I am correct?
You did good.
Kay has not corrected me, so I feel good.
Oh,
So,
you're correct.
thank you. So we now need to vote on the agenda as amended. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye,
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye. Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
That passed unanimously. Now, please join me for a pledge of allegiance and a prayer, please. Let's go ahead and rise. Please bow your heads with me. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together, and thank you for this opportunity to serve you, and thank you for the opportunity to have elections. We appreciate so much the opportunities you've given us that include more than just serve each other, but also serve people far away. And thank you for the people who protect us here and the people that protect us far away. Thank you for this community that we have, everything you provided for us, and help us use the wisdom that you have provided so that we can do your work here and we can do your work as we leave. Especially look after those people who are suffering, those with COVID-19, those with family members with COVID-19, and those who are suffering in many other ways as well. And help us to do your work. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
Republic.
Which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty,
and
Justice
justice.
for all.
Thank you all. I believe that Shelley Ames and Norma Dam are with us, and that is a wonderful, wonderful thing because I have a proclamation celebrating the 100th anniversary of the League of Women Voters. And I see both Shelley and Norma, and they're going to speak in just a second, but I want to tell you a little bit about the League of Women Voters. Whereas the League of Women Voters is a nonpartisan organization that was started in 1920 and has faithfully served their communities for 100 years by holding candidate forums, voter registration drives, and debates to improve education on voting and encourage the active and informed participation of all citizens in government. And the League of Women Voters has over 700 leagues nationwide with over 500,000 members and hundreds of voting rights victories that impact the community, including protections for women and children, the legal status and right of working women, and American citizenship. And the League of Women Voters of Hendersonville was formed in 1967, older than the city of Hendersonville, and has nearly 50 active members. And the League of Women Voters of Hendersonville, whose motto of "You can make a difference," is shown through their work in having advocated for the development and improvement of our hospital parks, the expansion of our educational and healthcare system. Now, therefore, I, Jamie Clary, Mayor of the City of Hendersonville, Tennessee, wish to honor and proclaim Tuesday, December 8th, 2020, League of Women Voters Day in the City of Hendersonville. And I urge all citizens to join in thanking the League of Women Voters for their continued dedication to our community and congratulating them on their 100th anniversary. I said in my book on the history of Hendersonville that there are two organizations that contributed the most to the City of Hendersonville and what they provided in terms of study and what they provided in terms of service. Those two organizations were the Hendersonville Rotary Club and the League of Women Voters. I appreciate you all very much. Thank you. So, Shelley Ames, do you want to speak, or Norma? Either one.
Norma's
Well,
going to begin.
Yeah, I'll start. I just wanted to point out that for me personally, as the co-president this year of the League of Women Voters, it's a family affair. My mother was the president in 75 through 77. And I remember all that time fondly because I participated with her during many of the years that she was in the league. So that is where I learned about the importance of voting and the importance of an informed electorate, and that democracy only works when we all participate. Shelley?
I want to thank the city and Jamie Clary for giving the proclamation to the league this evening. We're very honored. I'm very proud of what our league members have done in Hendersonville over the last 50 plus years. Members have served in public office. They have hosted and sponsored several candidate forums and debates and forums on issues that are important to the city. And they've lobbied for those issues that make the city a better place to live. Going forward, we're going to continue to do these things. We will continue registering voters. We will continue advocating for transparency and for democracy to work and to thrive. We will host those forums. Again, we will get those voters registered, and we will help the city grow to what it can be. So again, thank you for this honor. We're pleased that you have done this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Thank you, Norma.
Bye.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next on our agenda, we have no public hearing. I'll entertain a motion to approve our minutes for November 10th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Alderman Cunningham
Second.
and a second from Alderman Brown. We have a couple people that are new to the board. John Bradley, what's the best thing for people to do that are new to the board that were not part of this board when this meeting?
It's probably simplest if they just abstain, because they wouldn't be in a position to approve the minutes.
I appreciate that. Okay. All those in favor of approving the minutes as presented, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Abstain.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Abstain.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Abstain.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
That's 10 ayes, 3 abstentions.
That passes with majority. Thank you, Kay. Next on the agenda, we have citizen comments. I think Tina has let in a couple people to speak here. We've got in the neighborhood of 30, 35 people who have signed up appropriately to do that. I need to read a couple guidelines that we have, which I typically read. The speakers must identify themselves by name and address. Very often I'll identify them by address. But the public comment shall be limited to 5 minutes per individual, and the time is not transferable to other speakers. All comments are to be directed to the presiding officer, not to the alderman, city staff, or other members of the public. Comments must address issues, not individuals or personalities. Personal attacks shall not be tolerated. Comments may support or oppose particular issues or measures, but the motives of those with different views shall not be questioned or attacked. Malicious comments would not be allowed. Speeches for or against political candidates, particular candidates running for office, should not be allowed. So give me 1 minute. I need to move some screens around here for just a second. I believe the first on our list is Kimberly Overton of Creekside Court. Kimberly or Tina, is she with us?
Actually, sir, I was going in the order in which they signed up.
Okay.
Assuming, of course, that they're in the waiting room. The first one on the list is Gary Head.
Okay, so we've got, let me scroll down here a little bit. And he is in the waiting room?
No, sir, he's in the meeting now.
Oh, he's in the meeting. Well, perfect. So we've got Gary Head of Stony Brook Lane. Mr. Head, please go ahead.
All right, I thought our spokesman, Charles Hasty, was going to go first, but he will follow up and with more details than me. But my name is Gary Head, 110 Stony Brook Lane, president of the Stony Brook Development HOA. We are pleading with the board to consider approving the Jackson Townhomes development proposal. We are particularly concerned with what has the potential of being developed on the property under the current zoning. To repeat what Mr. Hasty will tell you when his turn comes up, we feel the proposed development is sufficiently compatible with Stony Brook and the best we can expect or hope for. I stand in support of the Jackson Townhomes development proposal and hope you will. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak.
Mr. Head, thank you so much. Hold on 1 second. Next we have, hold on here. We have Sarah Slattery of Shorecrest Circle. Sarah, are you with us? Thank you. Sarah, we can't hear you. You're still muted. We still can't hear you, Sarah.
Okay, do you have me now?
Yes.
Hold on. I'm hearing Sarah Hilton. I'm not hearing Sarah Slattery. Oh, Sarah Slattery, I think you're good. Sarah Hilton, we're going to come to you in a second. Sarah Slattery, I think you're good. Go ahead.
Sorry.
You're fine. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Board of Aldermen, for allowing me to address you tonight. My name is Sarah Slattery, and I reside at 125 Shorecrest Circle in Hendersonville. I'm represented on this board by Alderman Petrelli and Alderman Skidmore. Tonight, I will be speaking in favor of a motion/resolution to rescind the continued employment of our interim city administrator. The members of this board are elected to and serve at the pleasure of their constituency. If defeated at the general election, those aldermen are rendered voiceless. It is absurd to allow a hurried vote to champion their wishes, not the wishes of the people. Hendersonville is being harmed by what I've been told is a strong arm government. Even if the person that is speaking is not being respected, the position should be. We've lived here 5 years and have watched our city grow tremendously. If we as a vibrant community want this growth to be beneficial, then we must use decorum and an educated and carefully executed plan to reach that goal. It seems to many that this strategy was a last-ditch effort to derail forward success by those reelected. A city administrator could possibly be invaluable to the success of our community, but a rush to a decision/vote is ridiculous. The will of the people should be number one priority. And that priority, ladies and gentlemen, is not to continue with the interim city administrator. The newly elected board should, number one, yield to the will of the people who elected them. And number two, if the will of the people is to employ a city administrator, then and only then a proper employment search for someone with the necessary education and experience should be utilized. That voice has clearly spoken. That voice of the people who entrusted those of you sitting on the board tonight to represent us. It spoke loudly at the election, and it has spoken to each of you individually. The citizens of Hendersonville do not favor the continued employment of the interim city administrator. Ladies and gentlemen, I strongly urge you to rescind your hurried vote to continue his employment. Again, thank you, Mayor and Board of Aldermen, for allowing me this opportunity to speak for the majority of the citizens of Hendersonville.
Sarah, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for joining us. Next, we have Terry Mims of South Dames Avenue.
I believe we turn our video on. Can you hear me?
You're good. You're in good shape. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the committee this evening. I'll make this very brief. I am Terry Mims, and I live at 112 South Dames Avenue, which is in the Lakes of Savannah off of Cages Bend Road. I want to voice my opinion in regards to the Bells Ford development on a rezoning issue. I just want to say that we are against the rezoning of this development for the rezoning. We do know of one person in our neighborhood that is in favor of the rezoning, but they've already stated that they're getting ready to move and sell upon their retirement. I also want to point out that in addition to being against the rezoning, if the city of Hendersonville wants to go ahead and move forward with this project, I'm stating and I'm asking that it remains totally separate from the Lakes of Savannah and not use the Lakes of Savannah, any portion of it as any access to it, because the Lakes of Savannah, it's a closed project. And what you're talking about with this Bells Ford is a totally new development and not part of the Lakes of Savannah. It's got a different name, and there is no phase 2 of Lakes of Savannah. So that's one point I want to make in regards to accessing or getting to Bells Ford development through Lakes of Savannah. And also, I just want to point out that, you know, if the city allows this development to go on in the way that they've talked about it, coming through the Lakes of Savannah opens up legality issues in regards to the declaration of protective covenants, conditions, and restrictions that's currently on file for the Lakes of Savannah that every homeowner has agreed to, and not only every homeowner, but every mortgage lender that has a mortgage on a piece of property here. They're part of that. They understand these conditions and restrictions, and that's part of their collateral. And legality issues in regards to the current zoning ordinance that's in the city of Hendersonville, where it specifically talks about the ordinance is not going to nullify agreements that are already in place. That's all I have to offer. So I want to say thank you for your time and consideration.
Terry, thank you. Next, we have Sarah Hilton of Cages Bend Road. Sarah, go ahead.
Hi, I also live in Lakes of Savannah. I'm at 2317 Cages Bend Road. I have many concerns as well about the rezoning. I'm on the same page as Terry, but my questions stem from no one has answered the question on why Lakes of Savannah can be used as the egress, why it matters if they are a planned development or not a planned development, why they only need one point of egress versus two, and why their point of egress can just be through another neighborhood. So that is a concern. There's already too much traffic on Cages Bend Road. As you heard with my address, we're right on Cages Bend Road and people are flying down the street constantly. That's only going to get worse as more people move in. The schools are overpopulated. I know that for some reason that's not the concern of anyone planning new developments in the area, but just because it's not your concern doesn't mean I'm not going to voice it, because it doesn't make any sense that that wouldn't be taken into consideration. And another point that I want to bring up, because it's been used as a selling point of Creekside, is that if they get their planned development, they'll put in a walking path. Well, their walking paths just destroy more habitat for the wildlife that already have nowhere to go here. They put in a walking path over at Savannah. It's just a path for people to walk where they cleared a bunch of land and then just laid a walking path. I think we need to think about the overall impact on the area, the wildlife, the neighbors, the people, before just letting them continue to clear all the land. And those are the points I wanted to make.
Sarah, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Next, we have Rachel McCauley from Loch Levin Way. Tina, I don't see Rachel. Can you?
Hi there.
Oh, there we go. Okay, go ahead.
Hi there, it's Rachel McCauley at 112 Loch Levin Way. And I just wanted to follow up with everyone from my email that I sent to each of you. I am one of the co-founders for Mary's Magical Place and the mother of Mary that passed away. And I just really wanted to follow up and ask for the support for funds going toward the relocation of the inline hockey rinks to protect Mary's Magical Place from the future flooding. Can y'all still hear me?
You're fine. You're fine. We can hear you fine.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Also, for, if you don't mind, for the citizens that are maybe watching tonight or hearing, for those that don't maybe go to Mary's Magical Place or don't know about the years that was invested in this, this is about, you know, the children. The inline hockey rinks are about the children. And this is about really protecting the city's investment of the land that was designated for Mary's Magical Place. And the funds are a need to protect the people's investment that donated financially from small to large amounts. And throughout the states, those that gave, and the funds to protect the businesses, the in-kind donors, the time that was involved. And we worked so hard as a team for years as volunteers for the city. So many women came together and met every Tuesday to give back to the city this gift. And I just really wanted to, you know, phone in, email, and ask that not only for Mary's Magical Place, but the inline hockey rinks, that this is really for the children and the recreation, and how heart-wrenching it was when both flooded at the same time. I will never forget seeing the walls of the inland hockey rink floating down the creek almost up to Sam's Wholesale, and all that came out and worked as a team to, you know, we all just stared in disbelief for both sides. And again, this is about the children, and I ask that y'all think about them during this and considering the funds to you know, move the inline and protect both. And also, I cannot get off this phone without saying I and this family are full supporters of the first responders in our Hendersonville Fire Department. And I think that anything that they ever need to protect and assist the citizens of this city and the visitors that come to this city, that y'all support the funds that they need to continue to do the job that they do every day unselfishly. I know that probably the majority of us, that when we are out during the week, we see fire trucks go back and forth. And personally, as a family that has had a handicapped child and had a handicap running through our family, response time is so crucial. And so if it's a building, if it's items to protect our first responders, things that they need, I think and I hope that funds would be there to support them. And that's all I have to say. And thank you for having me on here.
Rachel, thank you, and thank you for joining us. Next, we have Rick Yaman from Carrington Road.
Hi, can you hear me better now?
We can hear you. You're in good shape. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name's Rick Yaman, and I live on Carrington Road in Ward 5. And I am in favor, as my family is in favor, of the city administrator position. I believe city employee morale has increased with less turnover since the position was created, and I believe that is a good thing. The city administrator is attractive for improving economic development in the city, because industry will see that an educated and a trained person is helping in the cause. I know the 4 votes in my home all are for this position, and I'd like everyone to just give that some consideration. And thank you for your time. And I hope that my Ward 5 representatives continue to support this position. Thank you.
Rick, thank you. Next, we have David Flowers from Stonebrook Lane.
Joe, what happened that you said, oh my gosh?
I don't know, did I say, oh my gosh?
Are you?
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
David, I think you're good. Oh, you just muted you. There we go.
My name is David Flowers, live at 108 Stonebrook Lane. I'm calling in support of the Jackson Townhome development directly behind our homes here. I know that our board of directors has worked closely with Mr. Jackson to come up with a suitable type of development for that piece of property that is works well with our neighborhood. We know at some point in time something's going to go back there, and we were glad to have the opportunity to work with Mr. Jackson to help design this development. And I believe that most people in this development support the idea at this point, knowing that we have had input into it. And I certainly want to make sure that you understand that I support it. And I appreciate you for letting me speak to you tonight.
Mr. Flowers, thank you, and thank you for joining us. Next, we have Taylor Breen of Deal Avenue in Nashville.
Hi, thank you for your time for allowing me to speak. My name is Taylor Breen. My current address is 6018 Deal Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee. I'm 28 years old and have lived in the Nashville area for 30 years now. Since my time in Nashville, the roller hockey community has grown exponentially. Moving here from St. Louis, the one thing that was missing for me was the lack of indoor roller hockey facility, or at least that is what I thought. When I moved here, there was not any roller hockey for me to play. So I decided to volunteer my personal time as a coach for the Hendersonville Inline Hockey Association for 2 different age groups. It was at that time that I was able to really start to meet people in the area and try to grow the inline hockey community. During my time as a coach, weather drastically affected my week in many ways. Most of the time, weather impacted hockey and my personal schedule in a negative way. Coaches, players, and parents plan their schedule around practices and games during the season, only to have to constantly rearrange it to make changes due to weather. I cannot tell you enough how many games and practices had to be rescheduled to accommodate the weather. This is beyond frustrating to everyone involved, and it is something that can be prevented with one major change: a cover for the rinks. Over the last couple of days, I have called every alderman I was aware of and even spoke with the mayor, most of which fully supported the rinks being moved and rebuilt. However, there were a select few that weren't very sure that there is a need to cover the rinks. To these people, I would like to express why covering these rinks is imperative moving forward in this process. I have played competitive inline hockey for the last 8 years, from playing Division II roller hockey in college to in-house leagues on weeknights to travel tournaments across the country. All of the facilities I played at had one thing in common: weather did not affect whether you were able to play. By covering the rinks, you will be allowing these rinks to be used at any time, at any day, no matter what the weather is. By making these rinks always available to be utilized, you also expand your capacity to be able to start to host more leagues and tournaments. It's hard to gain traction for tournaments when you can't guarantee that the games can be played due to a light rain that could ruin the entire weekend. Trust me, this happened at the one tournament I have ever played in Nashville on the current rink in Hendersonville, and I am sure there is a reason we have not hosted another one. People were very upset that they traveled all this way to play in a tournament for it to be canceled midway through due to inclement weather, the same way that we would be upset every time we would drive and the games would get canceled for in-house leagues, for the current in-house leagues that we have at the rinks. When we travel to play in tournaments, we spend so much money in those communities, from Airbnbs to hotels to bars, restaurants, plus fees to play in the tournaments. Long story short, if the rinks are always able to be used then your ROI increases its potential exponentially. The more people you have in Hendersonville, the more people will spend money in Hendersonville, plain and simple. With the rinks being able to be used, you can have schedules for the rinks with no doubts that the schedule will be what the schedule is, making life easier for everyone who is involved while making sure the rink is utilized as much as possible, AKA more people in Hendersonville. I play in a league right now in Laverne. It is called the Adult Roller Hockey League of Middle Tennessee. I am there on average 3 nights a week, and I would love to be there more, but weather normally causes issues. However, when I am there, I go out to eat after the games with my friends from the teams. I stop to get a drink and snacks for games and practice days before and after. I get my gas there. A lot of times on my way home, I spend and I go to get groceries. In general, my money is spent in Laverne, not Hendersonville. The league is growing at a very fast rate, and we would love nothing more than to make Hendersonville our home. I truly believe Hendersonville has the chance to become the main stage for inline hockey. These rinks being built with a cover can support the growth of inline hockey that is needed for all the surrounding areas for miles and miles. Speaking of return on investment, I did some research on the benefits of outdoor recreation. Studies demonstrate that in addition to economic prosperity, outdoor recreation delivers personal and social benefits on which healthy, happy communities thrive. A growing body of research suggests that investments in outdoor recreation infrastructure and programming could significantly reduce crime rates, improve educational outcomes for elementary, secondary, and post-secondary students, including attention and test scores, retention, and high school graduation rates. Lower long-term individual and public healthcare costs by reducing stress and obesity rates, improving physical fitness, and strengthening social bonds with family and friends. Communities across the country tap into the business of outdoor recreation, and with good reason. They recognize that outdoor recreation supports healthy communities, contributes to a high quality of life, and perhaps most importantly, attracts and sustains businesses and families.
Taylor,
By covering
30
the
seconds.
rinks.
30 seconds, go ahead.
Oh yeah. By covering these rinks, you will be giving the people of your community access to one of the best outdoor sporting facilities in the whole state, while also giving people outside your community a reason to come to Hendersonville and support yours. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak this evening.
Taylor, thank you, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Joe Siciliano, Windcrest Way.
Hello?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Joe Siciliano, and my family moved to Hendersonville nearly 3 years ago. I'm very happy to have found this as our new home. We live at 123 Windcrest Way. My comments tonight are related to the proposed inline hockey rink relocation and the roof structure. I've been involved in hockey for over 35 years. I coached travel hockey for 6 years in Connecticut. I've coached multiple age levels locally with the inline league over the last 2 years, and I'm also an assistant coach with the high school varsity and junior varsity programs. When we moved to Hendersonville, the inline rinks became our second home. 4 of our children have played in the league. The rinks provided an immediate connection to the community and created friendships for us as parents and our children. I was amazed at the size and devotion of the community that supported this rink, the league, and the travel teams that call this facility home. Teams coming out of this facility have won multiple national championships in inline hockey over the years. That's no small feat for a homegrown program out of Tennessee. The national tournament directors recognize the stability and competitive level of these programs. The only thing preventing us from hosting tournaments is a cover for the rinks. They just can't risk the weather being an issue for a tournament. To address some of the points in the last meeting, it was mentioned that a conversation took place with the rink operator in Snellville. The new facility being proposed would be a direct competitor to that establishment, would have a direct impact on it. Advice on the state of tournaments from such a source should be taken with a grain of salt. Additionally, with this year being what it is, the answer is never going to be things are going great. With our proximity to Nashville, we are a very attractive place for families to travel to. There are questions related to the economic impact of the new facility. A covered rink in Hendersonville would have a significant direct impact with projected economic return to the city nearly equal to the initial investment in the first full year of operation. And over the life of the bond issue, a 10-to-1 return. These are based on the economic projections reviewed in the previous meeting. As with all government investment, there's a multiplier effect of economic impact, increasing the overall positive return to the city. Even if we discount these numbers by 50%, it leaves us with a 5-to-1 economic return. Simply moving the rinks is a spend. Installing a roof is an investment. Completing the project all at once is significantly less expensive than doing it in stages. Even moving the rink with roof preparations for later roof installation would add $1.3 million to the cost. The forces of nature have not been kind to the facility over the last few years. The current location is no longer viable. Without action, Mary's Magical Place is in danger of the same fate. A facility that serves not just Hendersonville, but the surrounding communities with its unique and wonderful amenities. Failure to move forward here now presents a risk of losing the city, losing the rinks and Mary's Magical Place for good. It's not a question of whether there will be another flood, but when. We need to take action now with the most responsible investment possible and the highest possible return on that investment. With interest rates at historic lows, delaying will only make the endeavor more costly. As a hockey coach and steward of the game, one of my goals and responsibilities is to grow the game. The rinks, the HIHA organization and travel teams provide a lower cost path for kids to get involved in an activity that teaches teamwork, commitment, and accountability. The cost of inline is orders of magnitude lower than ice hockey, as well as travel programs as any other sport. The facility is also our best feeder for the high school program, makes us more competitive. The HIHA program has proved its durability over the years. It's a vibrant, well-run program. It gets kids involved in a great sport. The city can count on its continued stewardship of youth hockey. HIHA has provided over 6,000 kids the opportunity to be involved. I've played sports all my life. I played 3 varsity sports in high school. I love the game of hockey. I was never able to play growing up. It just wasn't there. I started playing inline hockey and ice hockey as an adult. Hockey is a game that makes you look inside yourself. I've not played any other sport that lets you know if you worked hard enough the way that hockey does. It's a game of systems and teamwork. Kids that learn these things in hockey carry them into life. Hockey is different. If you come to the inline rinks on a busy Saturday, you can witness something special. 17 and 18-year-old players will stand at the boards watching the 8-year-olds, and they will cheer and hoot and holler like they are watching the Preds play. They love the game that much. I'm asking that we keep the momentum going on the bond issue and allow it to move forward. Every delay is a risk to the future of the sport in Hendersonville. Every delay exposes us to the fickle nature of the weather. Hockey teaches us above all else that teamwork can make extraordinary things happen. I'm asking that we all work as a team and help us do something great for the city. Thank you.
Joe, thank you. I appreciate your comments. Now we've got Gary Woodward of Ashington Circle.
Sir, he was in the meeting, but he appears to have dropped off.
Okay, maybe we'll come back to him. Tina, can you tell us who's next, and then I'll get with you for the list of the next couple. Who's next?
Absolutely, sir. David Farrar.
Okay. Hold on here. Let me find him.
He'll be on your screen as Mark.
Ah, there we go. Okay. Mark David Farrar of Stoneway. Go ahead, David. Tina, he is with us, right? Oh, there we go.
Hi.
You're good. We hear you. Go ahead. Mark, you're muted again.
Okay, my apologies.
You're fine now. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. My name is Mark Fair. I'm a resident of Hendersonville for 26 years. Been a resident in Stony Brook subdivision for the past 21 years. My wife, Vicki, and I, we live in the property that's adjacent to Mr. Jackson's development. A year and a half or a year ago, when Mr. Jackson proposed the plans to your committee, we were strongly against it. We felt like it would not enhance the values of the homes in our subdivision. And since then, we have met with Mr. Jackson on a couple of different occasions, reviewed the plans that he has, and we feel like now that we can support his plan.
Mark, thank you. Thank you for your time and thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Matt Campbell of Glen Oak Court. Go ahead, Matt. Matt, we can see you, but we don't hear anything. Matt, you're up. Matt Campbell. Go ahead, you're up. We can't hear you right now, though. I think you're good, Matt, now. Oh, you're connected to audio, but you're muted. Go ahead, you're up.
Can you hear me?
There you go, you're good.
All
We
right.
can't hear you right now, though. Matt, I think you're good. Go ahead.
All right, Matt Campbell at 107
Yeah.
Glen Oak Court West. I'm just calling in. Once again, I spoke about this a few weeks ago about having Zoom meetings.
I think you're good, Matt, now. Oh, you're connected to audio, but you're muted.
We still
Okay,
good?
you're up.
Can you hear me?
There you go, you're good.
All
We
right.
can't hear you right now, though.
Having technical difficulties here.
Matt, I think you're good. Go ahead.
All right, Matt Campbell at 107 Glen Oak Court West. I'm just calling in. Once again, I spoke about this a few weeks ago about having Zoom meetings.
I think you're good, Matt, now. Oh.
All right.
Connected to audio, but you're muted.
I think it was going off the computer.
Okay, you're up. There you go, you're good. I can hear you right now, though.
Having technical difficulties here.
Matt, why don't we come back to you, okay?
All right, come back to me.
We've got somebody else that we had to skip just a second ago. We'll come back to you. Lonnie Siciliano, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Lonnie Siciliano, and as my husband told you, my family moved to Hendersonville in Windcrest in Ward 5 less than 3 years ago from New England. Being a longtime ice hockey family and knowing there were brand new inline rinks being installed less than 2 miles from our subdivision, we signed our children up as soon as we arrived. Within weeks, one son was even invited to play with the local travel team, as 3 have now done. Our family has traveled for inline hockey to Atlanta more than a half dozen times, as well as to St. Louis and twice to nationals in Tampa, where 2 of my sons earned gold medals. I think that's pretty remarkable considering that we've lost an entire season this past year. So obviously, I'm here speaking in support of the funding the rinks and ask you to oppose rescinding Resolution 2020-59. 1 year after the reopening of these upgraded rinks, a flood destroyed the rinks in Mary's Magical Place. My family volunteered with the cleanup the day and weeks following. That was 21 months ago. More than 15 months ago, I was in attendance at the Parks and Recreation meeting approving the plan to relocate and rebuild our city's rinks. It is time to get this project to completion. I have been disturbed by the discussion I've been hearing from BOMA and social media regarding this project. Suggestions that city amenities, and specifically youth sports, aren't worth investing in unless they bring in revenue is unfair. The ability to generate revenue is a bonus, and a bonus that covered rinks will afford Hendersonville. However, that isn't why our city should cover the rinks. As you heard, currently the rinks are underutilized because they aren't covered. Any rain, drizzle, fog, or dew make them unusable. Skating becomes dangerous and impossible. And I've watched many injuries happen as that fog settles in the evening or in the early morning dew when we try to kick off games. A roof means fewer canceled practices, games, and skill development sessions. It also means shade in the warmer months. Then there will be more opportunities for the youth league, travel teams, adult teams, pickup games, as well as tournaments to utilize this community asset. And I mean the greater Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky hockey community, not just Hendersonville. All these people shop, dine out, and more when here for hockey. And if they stay in our hotels too, then we get that tax as well. This isn't a request for a random upgrade to facilities, nor a request for a new facility. I'm asking the city to honor its promise to relocate the rinks following an act of God. Understandably, the city didn't want to utilize the insurance funds to rebuild in the same location. But our city can't keep delaying without losing even more seasons and possibly all rinks, since my understanding is that Mary's Magical Place needs to be protected, and that means taking out the rinks. These facilities are important. Rescinding funding now sets us back. If not now, when? When will interest rates be lower? As I worked on writing this, my son asked me to drive him to the rinks. My children are there as often as possible, even after playing 7 games in 27 hours this past weekend in Atlanta. Andy Gilly can attest to how desperate my family was for them to reopen during the spring closures for COVID. I think I drove him crazy. Our high school varsity ice hockey played pickup there just this past week as well. Keep us all skating, please. Honor the city's commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, do not rescind Resolution 2020-59. Thank you.
Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. Lonnie, thank you for your comments and thank you for joining us. Matt Campbell, if you're ready, go ahead. Matt, if you unmute yourself, go ahead.
All right, can you hear me?
There you go. You're good to go.
All right, sorry about that. Matt Campbell, 107 Glen Oak Court West. I had the iPad, MacBook, and my phone going, trying to get this Zoom thing to work. I'm just here once again. Spoke a few weeks ago about Zoom. Spoke to a lot of people on the board, and we can't just seem to figure out why we're still doing Zoom. Last week, I was at the county commissioner meeting. They did hybrid. Who wanted to attend, who didn't want to attend, didn't attend. And they were able to pull it off, no problems. There was over 30 people. So once again, I'm asking all of you to come together and come up with a resolution to either reverse what was put in place for Zoom to go back, or come up with hybrid. I'm sure with the technology, if the county can do it, the city can do it. I feel, we're just as good, if not better. I'm sure we can manage this. Once again, you're just saying having problems trying to get people to talk. So I would ask for y'all to let's go back with Zoom, or not, let's do away with Zoom. Let's go back to in-person meetings. And like I said, those that don't want to show up, don't come, do hybrid. But I feel like the easiest job and the easiest thing you'll ever do as an alderman is just show up. That has to be the easiest thing, is just be attendance and presence for the people who elected you, to show up and be the voice for us. That's all I'm going to say. Next thing would be the city administrator. I know the citizens have spoke out about this. We just had elections. I don't know any ward that was begging their alderman or anyone running to have a city administrator. We have a mayor. We are going to entrust in the mayor. You know, if he starts to fail us or, you know, isn't a good fit for our city, we have another election coming up. We can get rid of him. But I feel like we don't need the city administrator. And I feel like it's just something else that people are doing just to try to silence the mayor or silence the citizens. So I would ask for all of you to rescind this. Let's do away with it. Let our mayor that we elected do his job. And if he doesn't, then we'll readdress this. But at this time, we just do not need it. It's money that we are wasting. That's pretty much all I have to say. And I appreciate your time.
Matt, thank you. I appreciate that. Next, we have Chris Spencer of River Chase. Tina, I believe Chris was with us. Is he still?
Yes, sir. His audio is connecting as we speak.
Okay. There we go. Chris, if you unmute yourself, I think you're good to go.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to try to be brief. I sent an email earlier today on my thoughts. I did want to, I'm against the CA. We had an election, just like several people have discussed tonight, and I think it's time to allow our mayor to run this city again like we've had for decades in Hendersonville. Now on to the bond. I did send some information on fire halls. I'm not anti-fire, but we spend more money on the fire department than any other city in Middle Tennessee per capita. And I sent the information on how far our fire halls are currently. We are the third best in the whole state of Tennessee. So we are coming out of a pandemic, just built a fire hall. I think we could wait to use those funds. I would like to see a bond be paid off before we add another bond. I think that should be a resolution right there. Before we add another bond, a bond has to come off the budget. That would be a nice thing and a conservative way to do. I'm not against the rink, but I think we should separate these. If the rink is that important for this board, then vote on it by itself. Take out the fire hall, vote for the rink by itself. And because, you know, we've had 15 years at exit 8, and we've still never gotten a tunnel. So it's not like projects haven't been finished in the city. It's not like this is better than that project. So I'm not against the rink. I'm just saying, then put it by itself and vote for it. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Chris, thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next, we've got Gary Woodward of, sorry, Gary, give me just a second, of Ashington Circle. Gary, we see you. If you can unmute yourself, I think you're ready to go.
Is that good?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I've had trouble getting in. Sorry about, apologize for the delay getting in, but I did want to take the time to, one, recognize the fine work that Scotty Bush has done as fire chief for the city continuously since I've been here in the city, and voice my support for the fire hall that is planned to go in for Durham Farms, and ask that that be funded and put in when it can be. It's going to be a large neighborhood of Durham Farms is of over 1,000 homes. We need a fire hall, and it's been planned since I bought here in the beginning on the original master plan. So let me voice my one support for everything the city and fire chief has done to this point, but we do need that fire hall. So please help get that support going and get it funded and built for us. Thank you.
Gary, thank you for joining us and thank you for your comments. Next, we have Jay Scalette of Alashiba Run, Murfreesboro.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
You can hear you fine. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I am Jace Gillette from 1819 Alashiba Run in Murfreesboro. I've been in Tennessee for about 6 years now. I've been playing hockey, roller hockey, since the 3rd grade and started in Southern California, but the way through my collegiate years. Stepped away from the game for about 13 years and really just returned to roller hockey and found the roller hockey home here in Middle Tennessee. The game is thirsty for a home here in Middle Tennessee. We have so much support, so much participation. I don't know if you're aware that we sent 5 teams to Atlanta this weekend to play in a tournament, and that was prior to me. We had 3 adult teams and 2 children's teams. My adult team had the opportunity to share the locker room with a 12 and 14 and under team, as the hat tricks from Hendersonville. These kids played 5, 6, 7 games all weekend and wanted to play more. These kids at night would be on the 4th floor of our hotel room playing e-hockey. These kids love hockey. They live hockey, and that was me. These kids reminded me of me as a kid, and they just need a place to play. They have an opportunity to be competitive on a national level, and what a roof would do for that, to be able to play consistently. I'm currently playing. I found a home playing in Laverne, but we've already talked about if a rink were to open up that we would move. The opportunity that a roof would provide for set schedules was we as parents try to schedule our schedules around hockey, around practice, around league play, to be canceled by weather. Even just the smallest weather, the little amount of moisture makes that the rink surfaces so slick and unsafe to play on. A roof would change that. A roof would change the opportunity to be competitive on a national level for some of these teams. We have a top gold team that competes in state wars every year for finals, and what that can bring in as far as revenue, being able to house tournaments inside that rink. This Snellville was nonstop game action, and what it would provide having that available to us to be able to play. Youth sports is so what it does not only for health, but we think from a psychological impact, a social impact. It gives them a sense of belonging, teaches them to be good citizens, take care of something that belongs to them, a rink from Hendersonville, and having that sense of ownership. The diabetes, the impacts that it can have, the impacts that it has in the long run in their life. Kids that are 8 more times likely to play sports into their adult years when they played sports as children. 3% of adults now never played youth sports. So I just encourage you to think about the funding for the rink, the opportunity it brings. I know there's some concerns about the investment as far as a return on investment. The league play, the nights that it could be open, the pickup, the constant, the rink would be constant. The opportunity for tournaments are all there. And so I just would hope that you would consider that. This is for the kids. I've played long enough. This is, someone said earlier, this is my responsibility to grow the game. And getting to spend time with those kids this weekend and seeing their passion for the hockey was awesome. And I just want to do anything I can to support them and help them and give them this opportunity to have a home to play in. Thank you.
Jay, thank you for joining us and thank you for your comments. Ty J, Manscore Farmers Boulevard.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for your time and welcome to the new alderman. I hope we get to know each other throughout the next few years. So I appreciate your time tonight. So tonight we're talking about the firehouse and we're talking about Marriage Magical Place. So they're kind of tied in together. They're kind of not. So I'll go through it. We're talking about $6 million here. And unfortunately, like a lot of people said, we don't have the money right now with the given situation. And on top of it, everybody wants this. Next year, they're going to start pushing this recycling business again, and that's $2 million a year. So how many millions do we got to keep cranking out before we got to start raising taxes? Then everybody, after we raise taxes, saying, my taxes went up. Well, you want all this stuff. How are we going to pay for it? So here's a rundown I propose. The firehouse is in desperate need down there at the Durham Farms. We just got done talking about the flooding up there at Mary's Magical Place. So when that floods, and let's say there's an episode in Durham Farms, the fire trucks can't use that route. Drake's Creek and Stop is flooded out. That option is gone. So the other option is going from Shackle down to Drake's Creek, and that hill apparently poses a little bit of a problem for the fire trucks. So that is another reason upon the growth that we need a firehouse down there. And the way I'm understanding is it's half the money of this, so it's $3 million. On the hockey rink, I would say that we need to pass on that right now because of our money situation. That's the compromise. And now, but to protect Mary's Magical Place, to build the dike we need to dismantle the remaining of the two hockey rinks. Can we dismantle it for cheap money and store it somewhere and say, come back to it in a year or two and pony up that way? Now, I'm not against inline hockey. I'm just concerned about the money at this point, because down the road, we're going to have those recycling. Everybody's going to talk about that. And there's going to be different roads that people once expanded. We want to talk about that. So the millions of dollars keep flowing here. So we got to stop it somehow. We got to turn off the spigot somehow. So I would say, can we just hold off on it for a couple years or a year? But we need the fire department. And speaking of years, Mansker Farms over here, we've been waiting on a fire hall. We even gave them a piece of property, and we still got vacant lands over here. And the response time's so long, we got houses burning down over here. So if we can get a firehouse close to where the residents are at, that's a good thing. And there's no reason to, different people want to cut the fire department. There's no reason to cut the fire department when they have a really good running operation over there. So I think with that, I thank you for your time. Take care.
Ty, thank you. Next, we've got, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Jill Rathert of William Shai Drive. Jill, I think you're ready. Hey, Jill, can you hear me? Jill Rathert, you're next. Jill, can you hear me? Oh, we can't hear you. I can see you moving your lips, but you're next up. We can. I can't hear anything you're saying, Joe. Still can't hear you. So, still nothing, Joe. Joe, we're going to come back to you in just a second. Tina, who do we have next on the list? We'll come back to you in just a second, Joe.
Next up, sir, is Donovan Rice. He's already in the room.
Okay. Hold on here. Donovan Rice of Center Point Road.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Awesome. I want to say first, welcome to the new board members. Glad to have you. Excited for the next 4 years. I'll be brief because I don't believe I'm going to be the last one to talk about this. But I know tonight is going to be a vote on the the extension of the CA contract. And I want to ask the board, especially my Ward 3 representation, to vote to not extend the contract of the city administrator. I know the last time, it's been almost about 4 years exactly since I spoke in front of the whole board. And Mr. Mayor, you set me down, so I want to get this right, and I want to stick to just numbers. I'm sorry I'm not on video. I'm having a bad hair day. So I'm glad y'all can hear me okay. But this past election, we had 7 candidates run on a strong platform of not having a CA. 6 of those candidates won. If you look at those numbers, it's 34,416 people voted for candidates who were strongly against the city administrator, while 8,004 were for it. If you look at the public records request that was pulled from emails since August 25th, 179 were against the city administrator, 16 were for, and 4 were undecided. That 4 was actually 2 before a department head had reached out to some people to show their support for it. The numbers are very clear, so I'm confused on why this is still an issue. Let the contract expire, let the term run out. The city of Hendersonville voted for representation and leadership in the mayor's office, and that's what we've been getting. So I'm just asking the board, let's cut this out. Let's get it over with. The city does not want a CA. We don't need a CA. So vote to not extend the contract tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Donovan, thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next, we have Mark Massey of Stonebrook Lane.
Can you hear me?
You're good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Alderman. I'm at 119 Stonebrook Lane, and I just wanted to call in support of the Jackson Town Home Development Project, as indicated by our president, Gary Head, and of our HOA. And I just wanted to lend support to it and appreciate all the work that y'all are doing.
Mark, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your comments. Let's try Kimberly Overton. I'm backing up a little bit here. Kimberly Overton, Creekside Court. Kimberly, can you hear? There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't like this technology. Sorry, I wanted to speak again tonight to just reiterate the importance of returning to in-person meetings at City Hall. And here's just one example of why it's been so difficult for citizens to get on and be able to speak and let our voices be heard. But again, I wanted to speak to that again. I can understand and appreciate the concern about the rising COVID cases. However, we are not currently in a lockdown situation. Children are back to school and most people are back to work. I hear people speaking about those of us who are pushing for a return to some small form of normalcy as if we are not taking COVID seriously. And really, nothing could be further from the truth. As a critical care nurse, I have looked straight into the belly of this beast. And I need to tell you, we had better learn to adapt and overcome. I keep hearing we just need to wait for the vaccine, everything will be fine. It's important to understand that this isn't a magic wand that is just going to make this virus suddenly disappear. The fact that we are 7 months into 14 days to flatten the curve should tell you everything you need to know about the dangers of false assurances. We must find productive ways in which to safely resume our daily lives. The plexiglass partitions, masks, and social distancing are all reasonable measures that can be taken to accomplish this. I do agree that during the pandemic, the board should absolutely provide alternative means for citizens to speak during meetings. We as a community need to be mindful of those who are compromised and unable to attend in person to ensure that their voices are also being heard. I believe that the hybrid option is the absolute best solution moving forward. This will allow access for citizens and board members alike to participate in BOMA meetings to their own individual level of comfort. Given that the county commission has been able to deploy this strategy with hardly a glitch, I would certainly hope that the professionals in our IT department would be able to do the same. Once again, I am just respectfully requesting the immediate return to in-person BOMA meetings. And thank you for your time. I appreciate you guys.
Kimberly, thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next, we've got, sorry about this. Next, we have Otis Jones of Nathan Forest Drive.
Otis Jones, 144 Nathan Forest Drive. Would like to address the issue of whether Hendersonville needs an additional fire station. The citizens certainly need street improvements. And if we spend money on a fire station, then in the past, every time it has delayed the street improvements. Now, if you're going to have a fire station, there should be good, sound reasoning for spending that much money. And the rating of the fire department, or the city of Hendersonville, if you will, is an ISO 4. And that's a good rating. In fact, the city has done a good job. The chief's done a good job. They've got their fire rating up to ISO 4, and that's similar to what Metro has and what Gallatin has. So the fire rating of the city is already in a good shape. In addition to that, if you're going to spend the money, there should be some benefit, at least financial benefit, that you could identify without any problem. Generally, when you look at this, you try to say, well, I can save money on my insurance. So I check with my insurance agency. And unless you change your ISO rating, it certainly is not going to have anything to do with your insurance rate. And then I check with my insurance company. And even if, and there's no indication it would, even if you build this additional fire station and got it up to an ISO rating of 3, doesn't save a penny on my insurance, doesn't change anything. So there's no cost benefit ratio of constructing a fire station. So why do that? We're already in the upper 25% of the communities in Tennessee, which is good, similar to Gallatin, similar to Metro. Why would we do that? There is no reason to do that. And certainly we have a great, great need for street improvements. We shouldn't make that mistake of putting those off again and doing that. And in addition to that, I would like to mention one more thing. If we're going to have a city administrator, we should have some kind of fair evaluation. The last time that the city administrator was looked at, the MTAS simply got some city administrators to tell us the benefits of city administrators. Not a good business practice. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Jones, thank you for joining us and thank you for your comments. Next, we have Tanner Potts of Nice Drive. Tanner, you're still muted. Unmute yourself. You're ready to go.
Can you hear me?
There you go. You're good.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to address the potential of the roller hockey rinks in Hendersonville. I really want to emphasize that there are multiple different avenues that this could work for the city. Community one, building on the community, the kids in the city that would really benefit from having these rinks, as well as the economic side. There are very large tournaments that would love to host Nashville in the Hendersonville area, excuse me. That would be a huge boost to the economics of the area. Hotel, lodging, food and beverage organizations. I think it would just be a really great thing for the community. And I don't want to drag on or anything to that, but thank you, Mary, for allowing me to speak.
Tanner, thank you for your comments and thank you for joining us. We have a couple people, we have several people who have signed up, but we don't see them in the waiting room. We have a couple people in the waiting room. We're not sure who they are. And they have one person who was unable to connect that is trying to reconnect. Tina, what's the best thing to do at this point?
Admitting the 2 people that are unknown at this point into the room. We'll ask them to identify themselves and what they're speaking on, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, I think one of them is Charles Hasty. And Charles has signed up. Mitchell Lastly, was Mitchell signed up?
No, I did not see Mitchell anywhere unless it's a different name on the screen.
Hey, Mitchell, help us out. Were you signed up to speak in citizen comments?
No, sir.
You weren't. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Tina, is that correct that he was not signed up to speak in citizen comments?
That is correct. I do not see his name.
Mitchell, we're going to allow you to hang out with us and listen to us. Were there any technical problems? Did you try to sign up?
No, sir. I'm with Jackson Townhomes Development.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay,
Yes,
we're going to
sir.
let you hang out in the waiting room a little bit. We'll bring you back. You can follow the meeting with a different device if you'd like to. Thank you for helping us out with that. Tina, let's go ahead and hear from Mr. Hasty, and hopefully Jill Rather can get with us. And I appreciate you working on that. So Charles Hasty, Stonebrook Way.
Hear me?
You're good.
All right. My name's Charles Hasty. I live at 105 Stoneway in the Stony Brook subdivision. I'm speaking on behalf of the Stony Brook Homeowners Association Board of Directors concerning the Jackson Townhome development. In February of 2019, Jackson submitted a development plan to the Planning Commission. The HOA had zero input and zero contact on that plan, which was a small plan with no garages, no exterior, and looked like a small apartment complex. We adamantly opposed that plan, and Mr. Jackson withdrew that plan and basically was told by the Planning Commission, go back to the drawing board and come up with something that will be consistent and work with your HOA neighbors. Well, Mr. Jackson met with the HOA board, and he even held a community meeting so that all the residents of Stony Brook could have input. The units you're considering on ordinance 2020-48 have a minimum of 2,000 square feet, have a driveway, have a two-car garage, predominantly brick, and have enhanced architectural features at the request of the HOA. The last point starts at 300,000, and the units are stipulated on the development plan to be owner occupied. Obviously, we would prefer the property remain vacant, but we know that something will eventually be developed on this property. We believe what Mr. Jackson has presented is a quality development and probably the best we're going to get. A couple of things I want to point out that's outlined in the Hendersonville zoning ordinance. This is a townhome development. By definition, it's not a multi-family dwelling unit. This is not a high-density development. The number of units per acre that he's proposing does not meet the threshold as outlined in the zoning ordinance to be high density. This is a development that would be classified as medium density. And as a matter of fact, Stony Brook HOA would be a SR2 or medium density residential development. Mr. Jackson requested for an MFR residential classification by definition in the zoning ordinance. The MFR residential classification can and will serve as a transitional district between an SR2, which we are, and more intense use districts. The pending construction of the road under the railroad tracks to eliminate the at-grade crossing has the potential of changing properties near Stony Brook and create much more development. We believe the Jackson Townhome development will create a transitional zoning and buffer to Stony Brook. This development will be consistent with the villages of Stony Brook, a condo development to our north, which is a very desirable community. The development is on the low end of the drainage basin and should not create drainage issues. The streets are private to be maintained by the developer, not the city. With taxes on $300,000 units, this is a development that could be an asset and not a drain to Hendersonville's revenue stream. This will be a quality growth for Hendersonville and a win-win situation for all concerned. This request was passed by the Planning Commission November the 2nd with a unanimous vote. Darrell Woodcock, formerly one of our 2 Ward 5 aldermen, voted in favor of this request while serving as a planning commissioner. The Stony Brook Homeowners Association held its annual meeting last Thursday, February the 3rd. Jackson's townhomes were discussed. No one attending in person or virtually, we had a hybrid meeting, voiced opposition to this development.
Mr. Hasty, 30 seconds.
Most important. The neighborhood supports the development. Don't let opinions from outside sources or negative comments on other developments influence your decision on the Jackson Townhomes development. This is just the first reading. The public hearing is to be held on second reading. We ask you to support it, but at least pass it tonight and get it to the second reading so that the public can have input and answer any additional questions that might. Thank you all for your service. Thank you.
Mr. Hasty, thank you. I suspect that when we get to this, there might be questions for you. It's entirely up to you if you want to stick around and consider a motion to suspend the rules and speak later on. Entirely up to you, but I suspect that might happen.
I will be glad to stick around, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, we have Jill Rathert. I think she has joined us again from William Shai Drive. Tina, can you help us out?
She's connected and in the meeting.
I see the name Jill.
Ms.
Jill, are you
Rathert,
with us?
unmuted. Could you go ahead and give us a try?
Jill, we see your name on one of the blocks. I don't believe you're muted. Do you want to say something? Yo, we do have another problem. We do have 10 or 12 other people who signed up for citizen comments and have not clicked on the link that they were sent at about 6:30, 6:40 today to join us. And this has happened in the past where we've had people do that and then have joined us later on wishing to speak. So I think we need to be considerate the possibility that somebody may click on that link or have figured out that they should have done something that they didn't do and may join us here in a little bit. And same with Jill, I think we need to be consider the possibility that she might get technical issues resolved and then be able to join us here in a few minutes. The next, and Tina, do we have anybody else in the waiting room that have signed up for citizen comments before 7 o'clock?
No, sir, you are clear.
Okay, I appreciate that. So, okay, next on our agenda, we have a committee on committees report under committee reports. So I want to go ahead and give you a report from the committee on committees. As chairman, I sought the preferences of all the aldermen. That's per resolution 1993-1. And that resolution states all aldermen shall be surveyed for their preference of committee. So with the information I got from the aldermen, I put together a recommendation for our standing committees. Unfortunately, we did not have a quorum for the committee meeting that I set, but here are my recommendations based on those conversations, as I said, per the resolution 1993-1. Here are the recommendations I'm making. On all of the, everybody got their first choice, except for one person, and that was Karen Dixon. She got her second choice. So here are the recommendations I'm making based on those requests. Finance Committee, Alderman Cunningham, Dixon, and Collins. Public Works Committee, Alderman Skidmore, Robertson, and Peterson. Public Safety Committee, Alderman Campbell.
Wait a minute. Go a little slower. Go a little slower.
Finance, Alderman Cunningham, Dixon, and Collins.
Okay.
Public Works Committee, Alderman Skidmore, Robertson, and Peterson. Public Safety Committee, Alderman Campbell, Petrelli, and Edwards. And General Committee, Alderman Waters, Brown, and Hayes. Again, everybody got their first choice except for Alderman Dixon. So I will so move.
Second.
And a second from Alderman Robertson that we accept these as our committee appointments. And Alderman Robertson makes a second. I'm scrolling up and down, seeing if there's any discussion. Does not appear to be. All those in favor of these committee assignments, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore, Skidmore,
You're muted.
Aye.
Waters, Waters,
Aye.
Clary,
Aye.
that's unanimous.
That passed unanimously. So we have our committee appointments. Next on our agenda, we have a election of vice mayor. Alderman
I'd
Brown.
like to,
Oh, Alderman Brown, you went away.
Yes, I was going to say something before, but never mind. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Alderman Skidmore, did you say something? Sorry.
No, sir.
Was that okay?
That was probably my dog.
Okay. Okay. I will nominate Alderman Robertson for vice mayor, and nominations do not require a second. Do we have other nominations? Alderman Cunningham.
I would like to nominate Alderman Petrelli for vice mayor.
Okay. Alderman Dixon.
Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted. You're good.
I would like to nominate Alderman Skidmore.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
I really appreciate that, especially from one of my colleagues, but I would like to withdraw if that's okay. And Karen, it means a lot to me for you to even consider. We've got a lot of fine candidates going, and I was going to nominate myself, a gentleman that's been on the board for quite some time, and probably, and no offense to Eddie, because Eddie's primo as far as I'm concerned, but a gentleman that I think that probably deserves the honor to be nominated, and that would be my friend from Ward 6 as well. We've got both good candidates, and that would be Jim Waters.
Okay. So in one action, you have removed your name and put somebody else's. So.
Yes, I have. Yes.
And Mayor,
thank you, Alderman Skidmore. Thank you.
Mayor, I would like to withdraw my name in support of the senior alderman in Ward 6. So I would like to thank you for the nomination, but I'd like to withdraw my name.
So currently, I appreciate that. Currently, we have as nominations Alderman Petrelli and Alderman Waters. Alderman Dixon, I still have your hand up. Did you want to speak? Okay.
Nope.
Gotcha. Any other discussion? Any other nominations? So the way an election works in this situation with just two people, when Kay calls the roll, you give the last name of the person you vote for, and the person who has a majority of the people in attendance, that is the winner. It's okay. Please call the roll. Our two options are Alderman Petrelli and Alderman Waters.
Brown,
Petrelli.
I'm sorry, could you,
Petrelli.
Campbell,
Petrelli.
Collins,
Petrelli.
Cunningham,
Peg Petrelli.
Dixon,
Jim Waters.
Edwards,
Petrelli.
Hayes,
Petrelli.
Peterson,
Waters.
Petrelli,
It's awkward. Petrelli.
Robertson,
Sergeant Waters.
Skidmore,
Without a doubt, Jim Waters.
Waters,
Waters.
Clary,
Waters.
seven Petrelli, six Waters.
By a 7-6 vote.
Congratulations,
Alderman
Peg.
Petrelli is our vice mayor. Next on the agenda, we have, is somebody gonna make a motion to take a break? Otherwise, we're gonna go to item H.
Mayor, I make a motion, we take a 5-minute break.
Second.
Alderman Waters makes a motion to take a 5-minute break. Alderman Petrelli with a second. Any discussion on this? Alderman Brown, I see your hand up.
Yes, Mayor, I just wanted to add, we didn't talk about board liaisons. Is that something we need to add to the agenda to do that, or we'll handle that next time?
We'll handle that next time.
Okay, thank you. I'm all for the break, though.
Thank you.
All those in favor of taking a 5-minute break, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
I am absolutely for the break.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes, Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
No.
Waters,
Yes, ma'am.
Clary.
Yes.
That's 12 ayes, 1 nay.
By a majority vote, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Well, we got all the preliminaries done. Now we're getting ready to start on the agenda. No. We are not quite back online. Need to count and see how we're doing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we're missing a couple. 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think we're at 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think we're good. Kay, has it been 5 minutes?
It has been 10 minutes.
I apologize for that. In my effort to be super careful of not starting early, we've started a little bit later. So Tina, can you get us going again?
Absolutely, sir. You're good to go.
Thank you. We're back after a few minutes of a break, and because we changed the agenda a little bit, Kay, I believe next we have item H. Am I correct on that?
That is correct.
Thank you. This is first reading of ordinance 2020-47. It's an ordinance rezoning Bellsford Landing, which is located east of Cages Bend Road North and south of Douglas Bend, and approving a preliminary master development plan to govern the development of this property. Also move.
I'll second it.
And a second from Alderman Edwards. Let me explain why I sponsor this, and it's something that I've had to do occasionally. When I came into office, I let everybody know that I have a policy on sponsoring items such as this. There are some items that there's some applications for land use that the city by state law has to consider. We can't just ignore them. Typically, they go to the planning commission. The planning commission gives us a recommendation, and then they come to the board of mayor and aldermen. If the board chooses to not hear that, we end up in a little bit of not consider it. We end up in a little bit of a legal problem because state law for several items like this requires that the board consider it within a reasonable amount of time. Knowing that we need to consider some of these items. What I said 4 years ago when I came into office was the policy that I said at that time, and that was this, that I would ask our representative from the board to the planning commission to sponsor it. If that alderman chose not to, I would go to the alderman whose ward it was in. If they chose not to, then I would sponsor it. We have a state obligation to consider an item such as this, as well as the next item. Now, the first problem we had was that the alderman who sat on this planning commission is no longer an alderman. The second problem we have is that the two aldermen from that ward chose not to sponsor it. That does not mean that they don't necessarily mean that they don't agree with this. They're not going to vote for it. That doesn't necessarily mean that. I talked with both of them and gave them that option. Alderman Hayes chose not to sponsor it. Doesn't mean a thing. Alderman Collins chose not to sponsor it. Doesn't mean a thing. By the same message, though, applies to my sponsorship. Because I'm sponsoring it to get it to the board does not mean that I'm in favor of that. So we have a proper motion and a second to consider this. And again, this is first reading of ordinance 2020-47. Is there any discussion? We also have our planning staff here, and we have some of the applicants with us that are available to speak. And as we noticed earlier, Charles Hasty, the HOA president for nearby, he's available as well. Alderman Robertson.
Now, Mayor, we're on item H, correct?
You're on item H, yes.
Yes. So I have I would like to hear from the alderman in this, the alderman in this territory. I always want to take into consideration their thoughts because they're closest to the people in this area. So I don't want to try to put you on the spot, but I would like to hear from you on actually both of these items because it might make a difference in how I vote. I would like to ask the staff a question if I may. So if that's okay, Mayor.
Sure, I think that's fine. One thing I just want to say real quick is that very often aldermen are still listening and making up their mind on these items, especially aldermen in that ward. Alderman Hayes and Alderman Collins, you've got no obligation to give your feelings at this point. If you'd like to, you certainly have that opportunity, and Alderman Robertson might have some specific questions for you if you want to answer those. So Alderman Robertson, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, Keith Free, are you on the line?
Yes.
Yes,
Should
Alderman.
should I ask you or Grant questions regarding this development?
You can go ahead and ask me, and Grant's here in case we need to bring him in on it.
Alderman Robertson, again, I have to interrupt you for something I should have mentioned a second ago, and that is without any objection, we're going to ask the board to allow Grant Green to speak, which requires that we suspend the rules. So if there's no objection, we're going to allow Grant to do that. Obviously, Keith Free is the director of one of our departments, and we do not have to suspend the rules for him. So I don't see any objection. I don't see anybody raising their hand. So Alderman Robertson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Keith, has the developer agreed to all the staff comments?
Yes, they have, Alderman.
And can you describe to me the impact fees that the company has voluntarily agreed to contribute?
Yes, the voluntary fees that the negotiated fees that the developer has presented is a total of $3,500 per unit. That's for 104 lots. So it's a total of $364,000. That breaks down to $1,500 per lot when the plats are recorded. The first plat is recorded. That's a total of $156,000. That would be somewhat early in the development, and then $2,000 per lot would be obtained through the permitting process when building permits were obtained, and that's for that other additional $208,000. Again, for a total of $364,000. And these fees, there isn't a specific earmark as to where any improvements would be made off-site. These would just be funds that would be utilized by the city that are provided by the developer to provide off-site improvements as the city would see fit.
Okay, and Keith, you may be able to answer this, or Mr. Bradley. At least two of the public comments mentioned legal issues on the egress, that there may be some legal issues regarding the Lakes of Savannah covenants and restrictions. So has staff reviewed to see if there are any legal issues involved in the board taking this action tonight?
Yeah, and I might let John follow up on, but I'll answer it briefly, and then John can follow up on it. This is, I think, what has been referred to this previously was that in the HOA covenants and restrictions, those are private covenants and restrictions, and the city does not enforce that or are not a party to those. In those restrictions, it's saying that that no access can be gained outside of the development other than through Elabel, the main entrance. But this portion in the back is not a party to that covenant and restrictions. They're doing completely different. This particular street where the connection is to be made, I think it's Barron, is where it would connect back into the the built phase of Lakes of Savannah. That was planned to be there on the original plans, as well as a connection through Elabel, but the HOA has purchased property that would keep that connection from happening. And but the covenants and restrictions, that's a private contract, private agreement between property owners, and that would not be something that the city would be involved in. Again, this is a public road, it's a public street. From a planning standpoint, we're looking at things. We want connectivity. We want, especially where we have stub streets, we want those to be fully connected. And I might let John kind of top off what I've discussed about that.
John, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, it's like you said, there really are two different developments here. And these are public roads, and no subdivision gets to decide who can use their public roads once they're public and accepted by the city. So it's up to the planning commission to determine access to this new development in the back. And it's my understanding they've chosen to use some of the streets, or at least one of the streets that's already in the subdivision. And that would not be binding on the developer of the back property. He's not a part of that homeowners association. And those restrictive covenants, they only apply to people that are subject to them, which are the people in that subdivision that have bought those homes subject to those restrictions. So if you owned a home there, you couldn't allow someone to build a road through your property. You'd be violating that restriction, but that would not stop the city from using public roads that have properly been dedicated to the city of Hendersonville.
Thank you.
Alderman Robertson.
No further questions.
Appreciate that. Alderman Edwards.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Now, Keith, is this comparable as far as the fees are concerned with what we did with Anderson Park? I think that's what we did, right? $1,500 per unit up front, and then the remaining $2,000 per unit as they pulled the permits.
Yes, I believe that is correct. That
Okay.
was a little bit different. I think on that one, I believe it was maybe tied to the final development plan, but this one's tied to the plat. It's very similar. But
Okay, good.
The same, and the breakdown is the same.
Okay, as long as we're consistent, I think that's good. Now, I suggest, and I guess I'll make a formal motion that we reserve the issue of what these fees can be spent on until a later date. Maybe we can address that in January or February. So I would make that motion so we don't have to get into that discussion tonight.
I second that.
Okay, hold on one second. Keith, they've left it open at this point, right?
Left the issue with the funding.
Yeah, with the fees.
Yeah, no, they have agreed to those amounts. So they've agreed to that, and that was a part of the when it went through the planning commission. Mm-hmm. That was a part of the recommended approval. It was tied to that.
And at this point, the fees are not tied to any specific offsite improvement. Is that right? Okay. No, so Alderman Edwards, your motion is to make.
Well, do we need a motion? I mean,
I don't think so.
Mr. Mayor, do you think we don't need a motion?
I don't think so. I think you can bring it up anytime that you'd like with the ordinance to spend this money in a certain way.
Okay, then I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. Alderman Robertson, do you want to withdraw your second?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I should say any member of the board could bring it up at any time to spend them in a particular way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Alderman Edwards?
No, sir. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions. Keith, on the vote on what was the vote on the Planning Commission on this project?
The vote on the Planning Commission. Let me look real quick.
I think it's page 28 or 29.
And were all the concerns, if there were any concerns on the Planning Commission, satisfied?
Yes, they agreed with all of the staff comments from the Planning Commission. Don't have what that specific vote was on this one, but it was a majority vote recommended.
If you could get that information to me between if it passes the first reading before the second reading, that would be fine.
Yes, we sure can.
Yeah, that would
I believe it was in the packet. I'm looking, but go ahead, Alderman Cunningham. Anything else?
I couldn't find it, and I was looking at both of those.
I think it's in there.
Huge packets for both of those.
Sorry about all the pages. I know there was a lot of pages.
Yeah, and I was trying to go through each individual one, and then I was cross-referencing, and I kind of got lost. So, yeah, if you could get me that information, and I just want to confirm that as far as the density is concerned, it looks like a half a acre lots, an average of a half a acre lots per home. Is that correct?
It's close to a half acre. It's maybe a little bit more than 4/10. So it's not quite average of half an acre. The lots in the front part that are developed in the lakes of Savannah, I think those are average just a little bit over a half an acre. But the ones that we're talking about here, they're just a little bit less than a half acre.
Okay, that was my next question is we're talking about 104 homes.
That's correct, 104. Originally, that area back there had, I think, 64 or 65 homes that were in section 2 and 3 of the lakes of Savannah.
Okay, and then price points. I see between 400,000 and 500,000. Is that right?
I think the thing we have from the developer is homes starting at 600,000.
Oh, 600. Okay, then I was looking at the other one.
Yeah.
So 600 plus. So I see that they're nice size homes, all of them. And Alderman Edwards asked the question I was going to ask about application, if we can, how we can spend the negotiated fees. If there was a specific area that we had to spend that on, or if that was open to our discretion. And that was it. That was all my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Cunningham, thank you. Alderman Peterson. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a question. Is Keith still on?
He is. You're good.
Yes.
Hi, Keith.
Hi.
I'm reading in the packet the Lakes of Savannah HOA. They had requested a traffic study. Has that been conducted?
That would be something Marshall Boyd, our Public Works Director, could probably address what, as far as a traffic study or the evaluation of the traffic, what was done or will be done at a later time.
Yeah, so there was an original traffic study done for Lakes of Savannah. We would take another look at that and update accordingly. If it's approved tonight, we would do a limited scope traffic study to see what was needed in the form of on-site improvements. And we would move forward with that if approved.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Peterson, thank you. Alderman Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I found that information. It was approved by the Planning Commission 9-1. There's the information on that. It's on page 32.
Thank you.
So just want to let you know that.
Thank you, Alderman Campbell. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I see no little blue hands or any real hands in front of me. Any other discussion? All those in favor of first reading of ordinance 2020-47, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Abstain.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
No.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Dixon,
No.
I'm sorry,
No.
could you repeat? No. Edwards,
Yes.
Hayes,
No.
Peterson,
No.
Petrelli,
No.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore, Skidmore, Waters,
Yes.
Clary,
No. Alderman Skidmore gave a thumbs down. Alderman Skidmore, do you want to hit unmute and assure us that that means no?
Can you hear me now?
You're good.
No. 9, niched. No.
I would like to change my vote at this time, please.
Go ahead, Alderman Brown.
To a yes.
6, 2, 4, 6 ayes, 7 nays.
That fails. Next on the agenda, we have first reading of ordinance 2020-48. This is an ordinance rezoning Jackson Townhomes located east of Stop 30 Road and on the north side of East Main Street, and approving a comprehensive development plan to govern the development of said property. I so move.
I'll second it.
Second.
We have a second from Alderman Edwards. Again, I'm going to explain a little bit why I'm the sponsor of this. The reason I'm a sponsor of this is because the person who typically would be, that's the alderman who represents the Board of Mayor and Aldermen on the Planning Commission, is no longer with us. And I offer the opportunity to both of the Ward 5 aldermen, if they would want to sponsor it. They chose not to. And this is an item that, per state law, the city of Hendersonville needs to consider. The alderman from Ward 5 that chose not to sponsor it, that is not an indication of how they feel about this item. The fact that I am sponsoring it is not an indication of how I feel about this item. Anybody wishing to speak?
Yes, sir.
Alderman Waters,
Can you hear me?
you're good.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have a few questions I'd like to ask Keith
Go ahead.
or Marshall, or both, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Keith, is this a 6.71 acres? Is that correct?
It's I believe it's a little bit. Yeah, that's correct. 6.71 acres. That's correct.
Thank you. And how many townhomes are we talking about? Do you know?
Yes, they're proposing 48 townhomes.
48.
Yes, sir.
Alderman Waters, by the way, we have the applicant with us if you have any questions from him as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can ask him that question. I believe I was told by the applicant that these would be 3 stories. Does he need to answer that, Keith, or can you answer it?
They can answer it, but in everybody's packet, there's elevations there at the end of the grouping for the Jackson town. They
Yes,
kind of show those, and they are 3-story.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at them. I just need you to verify what I'm looking at.
That is
Okay.
correct. Yes, sir.
3 stories, right?
Yes.
All right. At one time, they had a 1-car garage, but I think it's now been changed to 2-car garage. Is that right?
Yes, I believe they did change that.
Do I need to ask him, Keith? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Without objection, I'm going to ask that the board allow us to suspend the rules here from Sean Jackson, the applicant, and from Charles Hasty, the HOA president of Stonebrook. So without objection, I don't see anybody waving their hand. Don't see anybody shaking their head. So go ahead, Alderman Waters.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jackson, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the question I guess to go to you. I think my question was, is at first there's 1-car garage, and now I think you've changed it to a 2-car garage. Is that correct?
Actually, there was a mistake, I think, with the architectural renderings that were presented previously that allotted to that they were going to be a 1-car garage, but they were already slated as a 2-car garage. So yes,
Okay.
we've got a 2-car garage, but even when it went to planning commission, it was an error that was made.
Okay.
That included it being a 1-car.
It was there. I didn't dream that, right?
That is correct.
Okay, it's 2 cars. Okay. Owner occupied?
Owner occupied, yes, sir.
No rental at all?
No rental. The owner occupied units would have an ability to rent if they so needed so in the future, but it's an owner occupied unit. So that's in whatever case scenarios that I can't prevent.
Well, once I buy it, I can do what I want to, can't I?
What's that?
Once I buy it, I can do what I want to as far as renting it in a year.
Covenants and restrictions saying it's going to be owner occupied, and that's going to be under certain circumstances in case, they lose a job or, they've been relocated.
There's no term limits as how long I've got to live in it before I can do in it.
There's nothing stipulated as of yet, but I don't have any problems putting some terms in there.
Keith, is that a situation?
I don't know how that works.
Keith, is that a situation we could think about? Or is that
It would be something in regards to this rental. It would be something if the developer wished to do that. It would be something it would be appropriate for us to request for them to do. But in this specific instance, the developer is presenting the project as owner occupied, but to go further would probably not be appropriate for the city.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you.
Keith, let me ask a clarifying question. Didn't we have a recent development that was seeking rezoning for residential that offered a restriction similar to what Mr. Waters is asking?
Yes, and that had covenants and restrictions associated with it. And again, that was something that the developer brought forth themselves to that level of detail. I think there was some questions that we got into about the level of detail that developer went to, and we kind of asked them some questions, and that kind of led to some other things.
Okay, appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jackson, is there any way you can put a clause in your contract to your new owners about these vacation rentals that we have in the past?
There would be no vacation rentals allowed.
There will not be?
There will not be, no, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any problems with the railroad behind you there, as far as you know? Anything that would interfere with them?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Marshall, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
As I understand it from talking to Mr. I think it was Hasty, maybe Mr. Jackson, there's only one street, right? It goes in off of Gallatin Road to the front. There's no alley, there's no street behind those apartments, right?
Correct.
Only one way in and one way out, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now they would have the same option that we all have as far as trash pickup.
Yes, sir. They'll be provided Hendersonville trash collection.
Okay, I don't have a diagram of the front other than what's before me here. It doesn't show. There's a sidewalk going down the front, I'm assuming. I guess Mr. Jackson could answer that.
John, you want to do that?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the architectural renderings for showing the driveways and the sidewalks, I believe will be coming at a later time. I don't have the architect on board. Mitchell may be able to attest to that, who's the civil engineer. If you want to try to chime him in, he may have a better indicator of when we will have those drawings that would show the sidewalks and or the driveways in front of the units.
Well, I think my concern is if it's a sidewalk, there's a curb, that's where they would put their trash, I'm sure. Would they have to keep it in the garage?
That may be a better question for the public works, but I've been told that I would assume that it's individual trash pickup, so they would probably take it out towards the end of the driveway, and then in the
right, Marshall?
covenants, it's going to tell them that they cannot keep their trash can out, so they would have to put it up. And
yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Thank you. That's the point I was trying to make. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you, Marshall. Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
I appreciate that, Alderman Waters. Alderman Edwards.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Jackson, I'm looking at your proposal and I don't see anything in here as far as fees. You heard the previous developer had offered $3,500 per unit. Do you care to address that?
Yeah, and I meant to do that a little earlier, but yes, I do propose a $3,500 fee to the city in lieu of already doing I guess we're already agreeing to do the offsite improvements of extending the sidewalk down to stop 30 as well. So I would be doing that I would be doing both. So if that could be given some consideration.
Okay, so $3,500 per unit. Did you say there's 48 units?
48 units, yep.
Okay, so that's $168,000.
Yes, if that's the calculation.
Okay. We have okay, and are you proposing that $3,500 be paid as you pull the permit for each unit?
Yes, that is correct. And I would ask for consideration with that just due to the simple fact that it's going to be a private road. So the road's actually not going to be maintained by the city.
Okay. And when you said, back to when you said you extend, you're agreeing to extend the sidewalk, what is the dollar figure on that?
It's kind of hard to, really pinpoint it, but we believe it's going to be somewhere between $40,000 and $60,000.
Okay. And when you say private road, will that remain private? Because I know a lot of the developers, they'll do the roads and then give it over to the city. Is there, and maybe Marshall, maybe Keith can answer this. Is it in perpetuity? Can we have that as part of this, where if you sell it to another developer, that will remain, that the road there will remain privatized and maintained by the developer?
Yeah, it would remain private. It would be a very odd occurrence if ever in the future the city would take it over. So if it's getting approved as a private road, it would continue to be maintained as a private road. Even if there was a new developer, a change like that, you'd have to come back and do something different if you're wanting the city to have it as a public road. It will be built to the same standards, I might mention, as a public road.
Okay, but is there anything we can put in there that that contingency would be in perpetuity and it would apply to any successors, that it remain a private? Is that even possible?
I mean, we could put that on there if the developer is agreeable to that. I mean, that's basically what's going to happen anyway, Mr. Jackson. So if you're agreeable to, we can get a note on the plan to that effect.
That's fine.
Okay, we can do that.
And what does the city attorney, do you Mr. Bradley, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, we can put that note there, and but we can't really bind what a city council might choose to do in 30 years. So for the foreseeable future, I think that would be binding. But like I say, a future council could reverse that position.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And well, because of the fact that the Jackson Townhome they are agreeing to put a lot of money into extending the sidewalk and making that road private, which would be less expenses on the city's behalf to maintain that. I would be fine with not getting any upfront fees and just fine with the $3,500 per unit. And I think, and so I would be in support of this Jackson Townhomes. Thank you very much.
Alderman Edwards, thank you. Alderman Peterson.
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Jackson.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm reading in a letter in our packet from Mr. Hasty, and he had a concern about the drainage pipe underneath the railroad tracks.
By the way, Alderman Peterson, Mr. Hasty's with us as well.
Oh, perfect.
Yep.
I can address both concerns. I'm just wondering about the drainage pipe and the flooding or the drainage issues that might cause if there's a flash flood to your property. And how would you address that with the railroad company? I do several projects with the railroads, and they're not very easy to work with.
I'd be glad to address that if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. And Alderman Hasty, why don't you give us some of your credentials on addressing situations like this?
I'm representing the Homeowners Association, if I could, please. Yeah.
And your background as an engineer, am I correct?
I am an engineer, that is correct.
Okay.
Planning Commission, we stipulated about, I think there were 5 items. I don't have those in front of me right now. Garbage was one, blasting was one, dumpsters was another, and this the drainage was another. There is a drainage pipe that comes underneath the railroad track, and any construction dealing with that water would be on Mr. Jackson's property and not on the railroad right-of-way. It drains along a common property line with Stony Brook. We had just asked that drainage at that point be diverted to the rear of his development along the railroad right-of-way to take it to the major drainage ditch to that box culvert that he's building. Now, it does a couple of things. It keeps any of that water off of Stony Brook, in a rare event that could create a problem. Plus, Mr. Jackson is putting a lot of money into this project as far as buffering his project from Stony Brook. And I'm talking when I say buffering, that's trees, plantings, and this, that, and the other. And we want to make sure that we do everything we can to preserve the existing vegetation and preserve the buffering that he's putting in. And he has agreed that his engineer would get with me and we would get with the city engineer and we would address this before the final development comes back before the planning commission. So we feel comfortable with it.
Yep, that's correct.
Jackson.
Alderman Peterson.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Alderman Cunningham.
All right, two things. And I spoke in length to Sean several times on this, and I also spoke to Keith about it. I have two concerns, and I expressed this to Sean. The fact that we are rezoning commercial to residential. That was a big stumbling block for me, but I'm going to try to get more information about that between now and second reading. I'm not going to let it die on first reading because I have several concerns that haven't been addressed yet. That was number one. Number two, the density of the project. I was surprised to see that it's a medium density. In my mind, it looked like more like a higher density product. But I understand that because the square footage of the actual project itself, the square footage of each individual unit was increased with the 2-car garage, it became medium density. Correct me if I'm wrong, Keith or Sean, on that. And the other thing now with the $3,500 per unit negotiated fee, are we at liberty to spend that where we want to spend it? Or do we have that flexibility to do that? That was my question. And I don't know who I should address that to, whether it to be our city attorney or Keith or to the mayor.
So let's go with the first question. Which was it?
Okay, the first question is my reservation, but it's not a question. Actually, it's just a kind of a statement, because that was my concern about the Henderson Park project, and that's why I voted against it, because it was rezoning commercial. That I understand that commercial is a very valuable commodity in our city. It rezoned commercial into residential, and this pretty much is doing the same thing. But I do understand, and I did take a ride past that property too, Sean. I know you had asked me about that. That the front part of it, which is more of a valuable commercial area, would still remain commercial, and that it's the area in the back part of it that would become residential, and that would be 7 acres. Is that right?
I believe it's a little over 5.
Oh, a little over 5. Okay, a little over 5 acres. And then how many acres remained commercial?
Be a little over 1.
Okay. Okay, so that's okay. And that commercial frontage would be on Main Street?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. That was my understanding. That's when I rode past the property and all that. And then the negotiated fees, $3,500. Would we have the flexibility to spend that at our discretion where needed? That was my last question.
Keith, is that you?
Keith?
Yeah, I think I can answer that. The way it's been done in the past, and there really is, it would be at the discretion of BOMA. Of course, I think most of these funds are obtained looking at off-site improvements. So something that fits the definition of an offsite improvement.
Has he offered, or has the planning commission listed any specific projects or restrictions?
No, this is not the per lot fee that Mr. Jackson has brought up tonight. That was not any discussion at the planning commission meeting.
Okay.
That's a brand new sweetening the pie.
Yes,
right.
this is new.
Okay.
There was the extending the sidewalk on Main Street down past the church, down to stop 30. That was included, as well as all of the staff comments, and then all of the HOA comments were actually made a part of the motion and the staff comments that Mr. Hasty was talking about.
Okay. All right. So if we choose to use it for, and I'm just randomly making a suggestion here, for a traffic light on Main Street in that general area, we could use it for that, or improving sidewalks or whatever.
For that, for the nearest thing closest to it would be the underpass, the city's match on the underpass.
Correct. Okay. All right.
It'd be important, though, if there's a motion to approve the rezoning, that it include this new information that's come up tonight on the per lot, and clarify that in that motion.
Okay. And I could understand how and why the HOA and I don't know if the majority of the people that live in Stony Brook are in favor of this or not. I was told that that's the case, but I haven't seen anything in writing about that. But was there a petition or something like that established that?
Mr. Hayes, do you want to take that one?
Was there a vote?
Okay. It was a unanimous vote by the directors, but as I indicated earlier, we had our annual meeting last Thursday, December the 3rd, and this project was discussed. We had an in-person meeting with all the directors, and we also had a virtual, where it's kind of a hybrid, and everybody got together. And, was it 100%? I don't know that we had 100% participation, either in person or virtually. But during the discussions on this project, there was absolutely nobody that voiced an opposition to this project.
Okay, so there was not a formal vote of the homeowners. That was my question. Because we have a HOA board here in my subdivision, and there's 5 people on the board, but there's 720 homes in our subdivision. So
Not an official vote by everybody, but between now and the second meeting, I believe we could get a petition signed.
well, I'm not asking you to do that. I was just questioning how that came about, and if if the homeowners had an active role, actually actively participated in that discussion and that decision.
We did. As a matter of fact, Mr. Jackson on this occasion was kind enough to have a community meeting and invited the whole neighborhood.
That's the way to do it.
Early in the summer, before he submitted it to the planning commission.
Well, I could see where there would be positive feedback on that if I was living in a subdivision and my backyard backed up to a property that was zoned commercial and it was about to be rezoned residential. I would probably prefer that versus the commercial implication where Jiffy Lube could go in and that sort of thing. So those are my questions. Thank you very much for your indulgence. Appreciate it.
Alderman Cunningham, thank you. Alderman Robertson.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for Mr. Jackson, please. Sure. Sean, how long have you owned this property?
Well, if you're looking at it, I've owned the triangle or Dorito shaped piece property for 5 years. And then the property off to the left, I've owned probably a little over 2 years.
So in that time, have you tried to sell this property to a commercial use?
It has been for sale as we've been going through the process. Yes.
Have there been any bites or interest for commercial?
Yeah, there's definitely been some interest for sure on the commercial side of it, you know, and then of course the pandemic kind of did its thing and everything's kind of just been on halt ever since because I didn't want to kind of keep marketing the front side until I really knew what was going on with the back side.
So the front side, you've already stated it's going to remain on the market for commercial sale.
That is correct.
You have no intentions of changing the zoning on this because it's too valuable for commercial purposes right on Gallatin Road.
That is correct.
Thank you. Keith, I have a question for you. Under the present zoning for this property, what could be placed on it?
There's a lot of different things. The Dorito property that Mr. Jackson was talking about, that back part near the railroad track, that part, that's zoned for, I think, 14 townhomes that are already approved that could be built there anyway. And then this front part, it's a very old planned development that is kind of doesn't have a lot of definition to it. And that actually on our research of it, what we found is the commercial uses that are allowed on that front part that we're talking about on Main Street. A lot of those uses are pre-1985 type uses, and a lot of those are different than what the commercial zone would allow now, and would allow a lot of things that we would consider heavy commercial or some maybe even light industrial under the old zoning ordinance where this was entitled from. So what this does, if this is all approved, it retains that front portion and kind of cleans it up and removes all of those old uses, and then has limited commercial uses for that front part. So even on the front part, it's not all commercial uses that are allowed there. There's some that have been omitted.
Mr. Hastings, I have a question for you. I'm very familiar with this area because it's near Bluegrass Yacht and Country Club. In fact, I've lost a lot of money to Gary Head in playing golf there, but I won't hold that against him. My question is, I know that Stony Brook, and if you go further down, I think the road, there is Stony Brook Villages. And aren't Stony Brook Villages attached like duplexes and triplexes? They're combined homes similar to this, not exactly like it, but it's a similar use, correct?
It's absolutely a very similar use for a large portion of the villages. There's a small portion that's single family detached, but along the old Stock 30 road that fronts the golf course, it is a condo complex, but it is a very similar development to what Mr. Jackson is proposing. They're not multifamily dwellings. They're not stacked, but there are more, I think in some cases, as many as 4 units to a building. It's very comfortable, and it's a very desirable community. Yeah. We love it there, and we think this will complement the other side of Stony Brook subdivision. It's about development in the villages.
Yeah, I want to express my appreciation to Mr. Jackson. He has been very forthcoming in information, in contacting us, answering any questions, and honestly, I believe that you've kind of set the model for developments in Hendersonville. Working with neighbors, working with HOA is exactly the way you go, and it appears to me, based upon all the comments in favor of this by Stony Brook residents, that you've done an excellent job in trying to be transparent and communicate with them and listen to their concerns. And it appears to me that this is a quality medium density development that's not unlike Stony Brook Villages down the road just a piece from you. So with that, I intend to support this as at least on the first reading, and then see if there are any public comments that come after that. So thank you, Mr. Jackson. That's all, Mayor.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Alderman Hayes.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to encourage all of you to support this project, especially on this first reading. I can tell you that in 2019, I stood with the Homeowners Association at the Planning Commission against this very project. But since then, Mr. Jackson has done a wonderful job of upgrading, communicating with the HOA, and working with our planning department. Thank you again, by the way, Keith and Timothy and Grant. Appreciate all of the work that you all have done on this project as well. I want to ask that all of you please support it, especially for this first reading. But I will say that it is sensitive, especially just because of we're right off Gallatin Road and we're right off exit 8, and I am concerned about our exit 8 in Ward 5. It is, depending on the time of the day, it can be a real hazard. And I won't go into that right now. I want you to support this. I'm looking at this as being a possibly 85 more cars, but that's 85 more cars. You see what I'm saying? So depending on the time of day that you go through exit 8, if there's a train and possibly a second train, I need this board to be very supportive as we move to work towards an underpass. But again, I'll end with just this. Please support this for this first reading. Thank you.
Alderman Hayes, thank you. Alderman Waters. Alderman Waters, we can't hear you.
He's muted. I said, is the Rod in the building? Is he on the phone?
Rod is not. He's out. He's been on sick leave for a little bit.
Oh, I was trying to get some questions from him. I think Alderman Hayes brought out a good point about the traffic back there. That's okay. I'll wait and talk to Rod later. Thank you.
Alderman Waters, thank you. Keith, I believe you said that we need to make some sort of motion formalizing the offer that Mr. Jackson made a minute ago.
Yeah, I think given the information that's coming tonight and the offer that the developer has made, would be, if you were wanting to make a motion to approve it, would be a motion to approve based on the Planning Commission's recommendation and findings of fact, and to include a total of $3,500 in negotiated developer fees for each unit. And so that would be 3,500 times 48 would be, I think, 168,000, and that 3,500 would be obtained and from the developer or the builder at the time that each unit is permitted.
Building permit?
Building permit.
Okay. Okay.
And I'll make that motion, Mayor.
Well, Alderman Edwards, I'll let you second and I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I appreciate that. So Kay, did you get that? Do you feel like we need to repeat that?
I may want to make sure Mr. Bradley agrees with that.
Hold on one second. Kay, did you get what Keith said?
I did.
Okay. John, are you okay with that?
I think that's an appropriate way to deal with it, Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, did we describe your offer, adequately?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Alderman Edwards, you want to speak on it?
No.
Okay. So we've got a motion to amend ordinance 2020-48 with what Mr. Free said. It's the addition of $3,500 per unit for all 48 units that will be payable at the time that a building permit is pulled. And Keith, there's something else in there that I've forgotten.
I think that's it.
Okay. 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 Alderman Cunningham, you've got your hand up. Do you want to discuss this proposed amendment?
No, I wanted just to discuss
Okay.
something.
We'll come back to you in just a second. Anybody wish to discuss this proposed amendment?
Yeah.
Do we have to have a second?
Alderman Edwards seconded it. Alderman
Okay.
Waters, did you want to discuss this proposed amendment?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, Mayor, have we decided where this money will be going and what avenue?
We have not. That's something we can decide another time.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah. Keith, findings of fact. Do I need to mention that in this motion, or do I mention that when we come back to the main motion?
No, you can just mention that in the main motion.
Okay. I appreciate that. I'm not seeing anybody wave at me. I'm not seeing any blue hands to the right other than Alderman Cunningham's. All those in favor of this amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kate calls your name.
Brown,
Yes.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
No,
Clary.
Aye.
That's 12 ayes, 1 nay.
It passes the majority vote. Alderman Edwards, thank you for that second. Let's go back to Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question. How much revenue will the 48 townhomes produce in tax revenue for the city, property taxes? Joanne, I think you had given me a number and I can't remember whether 300,000 or 400,000 a year.
So you speaking with me? I'm sorry.
Tax revenue.
I believe tax revenue, what we came up with, it was a number above $30,000.
30,000, I'm sorry.
I believe that's what it was.
I didn't mean to say 300. I meant to say 30 or 40. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Cunningham. We're back on the main motion as it's been amended. I see nobody else wishing to speak. So we have an amendment that's been attached to this. Again, the proposal is that we pass first reading ordinance 2020-48, which includes the amendment as well as the findings of fact that were passed on from the Planning Commission. Keith, is that an appropriate way to word that? Thank you. Do we have a motion appropriate second for those items? All those in favor of this, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kate calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Dixon,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Hayes,
Yes.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
no,
Clary.
No.
That's 11 ayes, 2 nays.
That passes with a majority vote. Keith, help me out here. Will we see this? We will have time to have a public hearing scheduled when we meet again, first meeting in January. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think there's going to be a second reading and then an opportunity for a public hearing at the January the 12th meeting.
Okay, appreciate that. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Hasty, thank you for your time. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you very much.
So Grant, Keith as well. So thank you. Next on the agenda, we have item A, and what we've changed that to is a resolution to rescind. And what this is has been changed now, like I said, disagreeing with Alderman Edwards, but moving forward for the sake of some peace. What we've got is a resolution rescinding the board's action on resolution 2020-59. That's a resolution of the governing body of the city of Hendersonville, Tennessee, authorizing the issuance, sale, and payment of interest-bearing capital outlay notes not to exceed $6,510,000. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Mayor and Aldermen that the board's actions on resolution 2020-59 are rescinded. I'll make that motion.
second,
And a second from Alderman Waters. A little bit about this. I've spoken many times to the leaders of the Hendersonville Inline Hockey Association. I've met with the staff many times about this. I've advocated for a roof. I've attended many games. I've played hockey on those rinks, and I've run the numbers several times. Whoever told anybody that I oppose this, they've got bad information. And I really wonder what their motivation is that I oppose moving the rinks and putting a roof on there. Please don't listen to those people again. The city quit spending money, though, on paving and other projects several months ago due to COVID amid concerns about revenue. And this bond is not just about hockey. We need to make sure we understand that. It's about several city projects and about services. The process to move this project forward was wrong, is very wrong. After 2 aldermen lost their seats on the board, they rushed through the borrowing. The borrowing was not on the agenda on November 10th. They rushed it through to borrow $6.5 million. This is the most the city has ever borrowed at one time. None of the money is for roads, which is the city's #1 need. The borrowing ignored the possibility that we have other governments willing to pay for the fire hall. It's some conversations that I've had recently and some conversations that came up on November 10th. That it's just not ready to come to the board. And the actions on November 10th were entirely premature, which is why I'm bringing forward this resolutions to rescind. Our conversation discussions and what we passed on November 10th, it ignored the possibility of refinancing previous debt. And this is the most important part, if you ask me. By refinancing other debt with this borrowing, the city could save $100,000. We need to include the refinancing. If we don't fix this now, we're going to have to fix it later. By fixing it later, we're going to cause even longer delays. I don't want to do that. I don't want to increase the delay for any part of this bond. If we don't fix this part about refinancing now, and we wait to fix it later, it's going to be even longer delays for the items in this bond. And I don't want to delay it any longer. I also want to mention, as I said, that it doesn't have any roads in there. I've looked over roads that aren't quite to the top of our list now, and worked together with some information that's been discussed at several committee meetings and notes that I've made at those meetings. And let me read you a list of what I think some roads that could get some attention. Aberdeen Point, Bluegrass Circle, Bonita Parkway, Candlewood Court, Candlewood Drive, Candy Lane, Sherrill Drive, Country Club Drive, Dolphus Drive, East Ridge Court, Georgetown Drive, Glen Oak Boulevard, Glen Oak Court East, Glen Oak Court West, Hazelwood Drive, Hickory Trail, Iris Drive, Lake Terrace Drive, Scotch Court, Scotch Street, Shady View Drive, Shawnee Drive, Shiloh Ridge, Southern Trace, Township Drive, Prowsdale Drive, Walnut Trace, and William Shai Drive. If we decide that we're going to rescind this, that's going to be part of my motion to add in there is money for roads, and those are the roads that I think that we should move on quickest. Like I said, I don't want to delay this any more than it's been, and that's why I feel like we need to rescind this now and get the refinancing in there that saves us money, as opposed to waiting and getting the refinancing in there. Alderman Waters.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and express my views, and I hope I can make it clear to everybody. I believe the city owes, what, $13 million in debt right now? Is that right, Mayor? 13 million?
In that neighborhood. I know that's been spoken about not too long ago.
Okay. And then with the need to service this 13 million in the first quarter of 2021 at over $1 million due and payable, is that correct?
Say that again, Alderman Waters.
To service this debt in the first quarter of 2021 at over $1 million due and payable, is that correct?
I'm not real sure about that. Robert, are you with us?
God, I hope he is.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to figure out a battery issue I'm having at the moment to make sure I make it to the meeting. So I apologize. I've got camera off for that reason. Can you restate the question? I apologize.
Okay, let me start over. The city has over 13 million in debt with the need to somehow service this debt in the first quarter of 2021 at over $1 million due and payable. Is that right?
$1 million for this debt? No, that would be.
And for the the 13 million.
I see your question. The debt payment With this one, on July 1st would be 2,700,000.
On the 13 million, are we already in debt?
We have 10.8 million in debt currently.
And the debt is due the first quarter of 2021, and how much?
No, it would be the third quarter of.
It's the third quarter?
Third quarter, July 1st.
First quarter of the fiscal year to third quarter of the calendar year.
Correct.
Okay. At how much? How much you say?
We would pay the majority of 2.7 million. We don't pay it all. We
2.7 million. Okay.
The majority of that, yeah.
Okay. Okay. At best, it would leave any available credit should the city encounter any kind of a hurricane or anything like it, like they had in Nashville this year. Does that make sense to you, Robert?
Yes.
Am I right in thinking that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, just want you to agree with me. Now, the capital outlay note on this amount would, in my opinion, affect the city credit rating. Am I true? I'm right?
Affect in what way?
The credit rating. A capital outlay note of this amount.
How do you mean?
We're talking about 6.5 million, aren't we?
5.9, but yes, sir.
Huh?
5.9 is what was passed.
5.9. I'm reading 6.5.
The amendment made to that removed one of the items. It was 5.9 was what was passed.
Are you reading item A like I am?
Well,
okay, that's okay. I know I'm right. That's okay.
Okay.
But what I was saying, with the capital layout note on this amount, would that not affect our credit rating at all?
Affect how is what was my question. Like, how
I don't know how, Robert. I'm just asking you. You're the CPA. I'm not, or whatever. Would it not affect our credit rating? Period.
Debt is 20% of the scorecard for our credit rating. In no way do I believe that this borrowing would weigh heavily enough to downgrade us, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Okay. Just want to hear you say something. But that's not forget now. We're still paying on a 2018 bond when fire hall number 2 went 1.2 million over budget, aren't we?
We are paying on a bond that we borrowed for a fire hall, yes.
Okay, 2018, 1.2 million. Am I right?
I can't speak to that number. I'm not entirely certain where that's coming from.
Well, I've got it right here in front of me, but I can't show it to you, but that's what it says. That's okay. Go ahead. Mr. Chairman, I need to ask the Parks Director a couple of questions, if I may.
Sure, go ahead. Let me explain something procedurally. That what we're voting on first is to rescind the action the board took several weeks ago. We can get into specifics after that, and we could end up passing this resolution, the resolution that we passed a couple weeks ago. We could end up passing that again tonight, or we can send it back to committee, or we can kill it all together. So go ahead, Alderman Waters.
No, I don't want to waste my time and my breath. If you think I'm out of order, you
I
tell
think you're
me.
fine. I think you're fine. You're fine.
Okay. I still want to talk to Andy.
Okay, go ahead.
Where is he at?
He's here.
I don't see him.
I'm here.
Andy,
Right here. Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. There you are. Thank you. I'm going to refer back to the memo that you and I transpired. I think it was yesterday. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to talk about the inline rink right now. The insurance company has paid the city, I believe you said $470,000 for flood claim. Is that right?
That's correct. All the inline rinks.
And was that for one flood or was that for two floods?
$470,000 would have been the cost to rebuild them as they were at the current location. So that's what they gave us.
The 470,000 is for the first flood?
No, sir. It was for the 2019 flood.
That'd be 2 floods then, wouldn't it?
There was a flood in 2010. Insurance paid to rebuild them then, and then we had one in February of 2019, and they gave us again
Okay.
to rebuild them.
I follow you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, refresh my memory if you can. I think you said Public Works authorized you to spend $100,000 for what?
Professional services. We really didn't even have to ask for that, but we thought with that amount of money, we thought it'd be prudent to get Public Works to authorize. In summer of 2019, they authorized us to move ahead and spend that money on site plan, design, and construction documents to relocate the rinks to Volunteer Park. And that was the contract amount to have that work done.
And we had that done?
That is done. Yes, sir.
So that leaves us what, 370,000, right?
No, there's approximately 285,000. We've spent money at the inline rink since then to rebuild the one rink and also other issues that have come up since 2019 just to keep that one rink going.
So we still have the one going?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how much do we have left now in the insurance money?
Right at 285,000.
And that's in general fund or park fund? Or
it is in a flood expense account.
A flood expense. Okay. If we suffer another loss of this magnitude, will insurance cover the loss, or have they told you anything?
They have led us to believe that they would not cover that again in the same location if we rebuilt it.
They wouldn't pay us at all. So that's what I thought you told me. Okay. Thank you, Andy. Mr. Chairman, if anything on this list, which I feel that you're referring to, it's anything, it's the new inline hockey rink, or even better, an ice hockey rink. And I would like for this board to start thinking about, and let's form a committee and get started. I know I had a dozen calls, I guess, just like everybody else, about this particular project. We have some citizens that we can bring on board and make this happen. And I know Andy it would be right behind us. So I would like to ask this board to let's start thinking about this and let's start moving for inline hockey rink. If we have to move it, that's okay. Thank you, Andy. So in saying this, the rest of these items on this list, Mr. Chairman, do you want me to go through the rest of the list on this note, or you want me to wait? Or
probably the best thing to do is actually have a motion on the resolution to rescind first.
Okay.
And then everything's back on the floor. Every bit on that list, everything on the list that I mentioned, everything.
Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate it, Alderman Waters. Alderman Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to follow up what Alderman Waters was discussing with Director Gilly. We have $285,000 in insurance. Is it possible to use that money and move both rinks to an area that's not flood prone?
The only park that we own land in that is not in flood area is Volunteer Park, which is where we're planning on moving them to. What
about Senior Center?
That's not in the floodplain, but you're gonna incur the same cost that you're gonna move to Volunteer Park.
How much would it cost to move the two existing rinks to another park and set them up?
That's the costs that are before you. That at Volunteer Park, they're at Veterans Park now. Our plan is to move them to Volunteer Park.
So do you think it's possible to move both rinks, the existing rinks that we have, move them to Volunteer Park and reset them up for 285,000?
No, sir. The existing rink that we have was put together with pieces after the flood. We only have one rink currently. Those pieces could never be moved and put in another rink established using that current rink, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, those can't be reused.
No, sir, that would not be suitable at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Alderman Peterson, anything else? Thank you. Alderman Robertson.
First, I have a question for Mr. Bradley, legal question. Mr. Bradley, this motion to rescind, I guess, is a mechanism to amend the original motion that the mayor has suggested. My question, are there any other legal means for us to amend the resolution that has already been approved other than to rescind it and start over? For example, the mayor has mentioned, and I mentioned during the budget meeting back in May or June about the possibility of refinancing our debt. And at that time, Robert said, subject to check, that he thought we could save at least 70,000. The mayor has used 100,000. I really don't know what that number is, but I know that both of my daughters have refinanced their homes. I have several friends that have refinanced their homes. I know Regents Bank is pretty busy in refinancing homes because of the lower interest rate. So I really do think that this is a fiduciary responsibility for us to at least examine. So could I make that amendment to the existing resolution, to add that to the existing resolution? And also I would like to see if well, let me just ask that question first.
I think there was more than one question, but let me take a shot at it. If you want to amend Resolution 2020-59, which was passed on November the 10th, you need to have a resolution to amend it, not to rescind it. Rescission is a complete opposite. That makes it go away. If something's rescinded, it'd be really hard to then amend it without adding it back to the agenda, which of course a 2/3 vote could add it to the agenda. What you might want to do is maybe amend this thing. Instead of saying a motion to repeal Resolution 2020-59, would be a motion to amend it. And, if the board agrees to go along with that, then you can do the things you're talking about, because that would be consistent with the main motion. It would not be the opposite of the main motion, which, rescinding and substituting is something different. And that would be the clearest, easiest way to do it procedurally. And it doesn't do any damage, I think, to what you're trying to accomplish.
Well, I think there's a problem with that. We can't amend a resolution that's already been passed. We've got to
we do that all the time, Mayor. As a matter of fact, the resolution.
John, let me finish here. We can't amend a resolution that's already passed unless we rescind that resolution. We would have to have a resolution itself to then amend that resolution. We're essentially doing that right now with rescinding it, and then we can start over from there. Then we can amend that. Then we can amend that resolution. I think we're giving two paths to the same solution. But at this point, the resolution that I have out there is to rescind the motion. It's not to repeal. There's a little bit of confusion there. I don't know why John wrote to repeal. That's not my intention at all.
There's no difference, Mr. Mayor, between
John, let me
there's
finish.
no difference.
We don't need a motion to repeal. Repeal will kill the whole resolution that was passed several weeks ago. That is not my intent. There are a lot of things in that resolution a couple weeks ago that we need to move forward on. I don't intend to kill those. What I would like is the board to open back up that discussion with my motion to rescind. Alderman Robertson, I think where you're going though is very doable.
Yeah, and they're particular legal questions. John, do you need to finish?
Yes, sir, I do. I don't know where the mayor's coming up with the idea that there's something different between a motion to rescind and a motion to repeal. What he's really saying is he needs to do a motion to amend, not rescind. We periodically amend resolutions that have already passed. Just as an example, in front of you tonight, the next resolution is to amend Resolution 2026-36 concerning the city administrator. That was a resolution that amended a previous resolution adopted by the board. There was no effort to repeal it. There was no effort to rescind it. It was just an amendment. We often amend ordinances that we've passed before. We never rescind them and then amend them,
And I
or
don't
repeal them
disagree.
and then amend them.
Okay,
You may disagree, but I've done this for quite a long time, and
I
this is
said
the way
I
we've
don't
always done it,
disagree.
Mr. Mayor.
I don't
Yeah,
disagree. We
yeah,
have two.
Oh, you don't? Okay, good.
Yeah, we have two paths. I'm suggesting another one. And let me read, the word repeal is just inappropriate in this situation. It's just inappropriate. And if I could, I'll read Robert's Rules of Order to answer your question, John, where I got the notion to rescind. It's on page 60, and this is the book that a lot of us have. Suppose, however, that after a meeting is over, you feel that the assembly made a wrong decision when it adopted some motion. For example, assume the assembly has adopted a resolution authorizing the purchase of a certain property, which you now think was a mistake. At the next meeting, you may make a motion to rescind the approval of the purchase. That's where I get that. It says in here, resolution and rescind. That's where I got that notion. Alderman Robertson, go ahead.
Okay, let me respond, Mr. Mayor. Robert's Rules does not deal with resolutions and ordinances as a city charter does. That's why you have to draw a line between how far you go looking at Robert's Rules. Robert's Rules is talking about rescinding an action previously taken.
And
It's a different thing when you're talking about a resolution or an ordinance. And if you want to accomplish what Dr. Robertson suggested, the easiest way to do it is to amend Resolution 2020-59 to change whatever you want to. It's already been amended once, and before passage, it was amended to reduce the amount from 6.5 million apparently to like 5.9 million. It may be a way to get to the same place, but I think that the way I'm suggesting is a better way, if not the only proper way. And I'm not sure why we would argue about that as opposed to just amending the resolution. And if we want to use that resolution to reduce our debt service or refinance something, that can be done as an amendment to the resolution passed at the last meeting. And that's the cleaner way to do it, in my opinion.
And I'm fine with that as long as we don't get the argument that this is a new resolution, it has to go back to committee.
It's not a new resolution. If we've already voted to put it on the agenda instead of going back to committee. That the board voted with 7 votes to add this to the agenda. That took it away from the committee.
Alderman Robertson.
Let me, thank you. Let me. I think this meeting has gone real well tonight. And I don't want to get in the minutia of differences. I've got to take I learned a long time back, take your attorney's advice. And so I'm looking for the easiest way to accomplish putting some additional measures on the resolution that passed that I think improves it, but to also give the new alderman an opportunity to ask questions and learn about this process. I know that's what everybody's desire is. So what I want to do, Mr. Bradley, is I want to, the easiest way to include an amendment on the resolution that passed that would state to examine the existing debt of the company to see if refinancing is in the public interest.
I'll accept that on my motion.
Okay.
Do that.
So that's the first thing. The
Okay.
Second thing I want to do is I would like to codify how we pay the debt on the incremental cost for the roof. The roof, I've done some calculations, and I think the roof is about $1.5 million. Mr. Gilly and also Mr. Gillum and J.R. Ernst, I've talked to them, and they are, I believe, they'll have to speak for themselves, but I believe that they're in favor of using the hotel motel tax to pay for the incremental cost of the roof. That way, we're not using general fund money, Chairman Cunningham, but we're using the hotel motel tax, which is appropriate use for the roof. And so that will reduce the strain on the general budget, the discretionary portion of the general fund, so that we won't have to rob Peter to pay Paul. So those two matters I would like to see added. And Mr. Bradley, I know that you and the mayor may have a difference, but I'm going to take your advice on what's the easiest way to accomplish those two items that I would like to see added as amendments to the resolution.
I would like to suggest, Mr. Mayor, that we bring Mr. Manning into the discussion. The reason I say that is because he has been dealing with the controller's office on the issue of this bond, and he may have something that he needs to add to what we've talked about with respect to the approval of the controller's office. So I would like to hear from him if that's appropriate, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Go ahead, Robert.
I think we'll run into a pretty significant issue by adding the refinancing language. We sort of ran into this a little bit with the golf cart resolution, if you'll remember. This is stock template language for the action we're taking. I think, per my opinion, what would be appropriate would be to additionally pass the resolution about refinancing, to explore that option as a standalone. No reason that we can't do them together. In the same vein, a conversation I had earlier today talking about each of these three items, that can occur in three different resolutions, but we can borrow on one capital outlay note for all three.
Okay. And I'm going to take your advice on that. And if Chairman Cunningham would go along with me to sponsor a resolution, a separate resolution on looking at refinancing our existing debt, then I'll drop that idea at your suggestion, if Chairman Cunningham would agree to allow me to co-sponsor a resolution with her to accomplish that.
Yes, I would definitely do that, Eddie, and we could bring it before our next finance meeting in January. This is an opportune time to do such a thing, to take such an action.
Well, I know with you in banking, you understand the
Yes.
language that we need to use. So maybe you could put together the resolution with Robert. Robert, would there be any problem with the comptroller in codifying how we're going to pay, how BOMA will pay for the roof, the debt payment for the roof through the hotel motel tax?
I don't see any issue there. I think it's just the front language that should not be amended, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I don't see the issue of stating how things should be paid for as I don't believe the comptroller's office would have any issue with that. As far as the refinancing goes, I believe there may be some language that we should be using, and I will look into that and get back with you and Alderman Cunningham on that.
So Robert, I've got a basic question that I think only you can answer. And it falls on your shoulders because you're the CFO of the city. I mean, you're the man. And being a member of the staff, I always try to let the staff know before a BOMA meeting questions I'm going to ask. So I've told you today that I'm going to ask you this question. And the question would be, what's the possibility that if this debt is issued at $5.9 million and we have this new payment each year, based upon all of the numbers that you're looking at, will this necessitate a possible tax increase by BOMA next year?
With the growth we're experiencing, I truly don't think so. I believe that we absolutely can fulfill the needs and obligations of the departments and this debt service at the same time. I don't believe personally that there's any need to increase tax to do both of those items.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll make my closing thoughts then on this, and I'm sorry for taking so long. I talk too much sometimes, and I apologize. But I support 100% the fire hall to be included in this bond. And the reason is the growth that this city is experiencing, the residential growth that this city is experiencing is in Ward 6 and Ward 5. And at the present time, there is no fire station. There is no emergency station on the north side of 386. This would be perfect to serve all of the growth that's happening in that area. And as I've stated, and I won't repeat it, a couple years ago, I needed an ambulance and it took over 10 minutes to get to my house. So I do think that that's needed. So I support this fire hall and the equipment in here 100%. I was a little slow in coming to it, as Andy knows, but based upon being able to codify the payment of the roof, I am in favor of the inline rinks with a roof, as long as we can get that paid, just the portion of the roofs out of the hotel motel tax. Based on Robert, I don't think that it's going to create a problem with us continuing to put major investments in paving in the future. You know, one good thing, the mayor mentioned that the county may pay for the fire hall, or at least the debt. If that occurs, I'm sure the finance committee will be able to find a place for that, maybe $300,000 a year that we would save on this debt. So that's a future problem, a good problem that we would have to meet. So I'm in favor, John, of the easiest way we can move forward to amending it to codify the hotel motel tax application that I've mentioned, and with the assurance of Ms. Cunningham that we'll work on a resolution soon to look at refinance and to see if it makes sense for the city to do that. So with that, Mayor, I'll shut up. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Robertson. Thank you for your help here. Alderman Skidmore.
Thank you very much. My feeling is, of the two issues that are before, and that's what we're supposed to be talking about. And I know we've kind of gone all over the world, but we're supposed to be talking about either rescinding or not. But of the issues that the two issues that you came up with this evening, one is, I want to make sure, and I guess Andy Gilley will be the one that will be able to tell us this, or he may not. I do not know this. But I want to make sure any action that this board decides to take, I want to make sure the inline hockey is not going to be set back another 6 or 7 months. So, and I hate to put you on the spot, but even if we go back and create this again and we put it on the agenda for January, 12th or 15th or whenever we come back to finance committee, if we start that procedure again, is it going to set the inline hockey again? Is it going to set it back again like it did last year?
The way I understand what's happening, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, if you go with the amendment that as it is now, I think we stay on the same path that we were on.
So we're on the same schedule.
I believe so. I think Robert will still go out and be seeking bids on this amount of money. It will still have to come back in the form of an ordinance to be voted on twice by this board.
Yes.
And then we'll go on the same path. If we rescinded and went back all the way to the beginning, you're looking at not going to the finance committee till the end of January, then going out to seek bids, then coming back with an ordinance for 2 votes. So we would be way behind. To me, what you're talking about now as it stands keeps us on the track that we're currently on. And
because we're just amending the resolution.
That's the way I understand it. Yes,
But
sir.
we're not asking to set it back to start over. That's not what we're asking.
That's correct. That's the way I understand it.
Yes. I don't think anybody on this board,
I agree,
wants to do that to the children of Hendersonville that do use it, or even the adults that use it as well.
And I'm not privy to the information to know how much time it takes from, 2 weeks ago till now, till you see an ordinance for an actual bond or outlay note, I should say. But if you go back to the very beginning, which we're not talking about doing, it would take months long.
All right. Well, okay. And I thank you. So that's my feeling is we're not going back to the beginning. We're going to try to correct it. And what the old saying is, in the old days, we used to call it massaging it a little bit. We're going to massage that resolution a little better, and we'll get something better than what we have, as I understand it, through the mayor's office. Now, My second final, which is the most critical, all the resolution is critical, but it sounded really good about street paving. But there was one critical error, Mayor, that was left out of those street names, and that's Ward 1. There wasn't
there
one
were 5 or
street.
6 in there.
Sir?
There were 5 or 6 in Ward 1.
Which ones were they?
Let's see. You want me to read the whole list again?
If you don't mind.
No, no problem. Aberdeen Point, Bluegrass Circle, Bluegrass Parkway, Candlewood Court, Candlewood Drive, Candy Lane, I think that's Ward 1, Sherrill Drive, Country Club Drive, Dolphus Drive, East Ridge Court, Georgetown Drive, Glen Oak Boulevard, Hazelwood Drive, Hickory Trail, Iris Drive, Lake Terrace Drive, Scotch Court, Scotch Street, Shady View Drive, Shawnee Drive, Shiloh Ridge, Southern Trace, Township Drive, Trousdale, Walnut Trace, William Shai Drive. I think there were 5 sections is what I said.
Yeah, I think those are 2, maybe Walnut Trace, maybe we were down in that area of Ward 1 this past weekend. That might be 2 out of all that.
It's
so
on
my
Dolphus.
question would be, if we're going to do this, it needs to go back to Public Works and make sure that I would be remiss as I mean, I'm not a chairman yet. I may not even be chairman, but as the chairman of the last board at this point, I would be remiss in saying that those streets are fine, but I think we need to reevaluate and look at those streets and make sure that they're on the list, where they are on the list in Public Works, and to make sure that it's proper, because I'm not sure that Ward 1 is getting their fair share of the street paving. We're very grateful for what we had this past weekend that you did, that the city did. We worked real hard at it. And it looks really good, but at the same time, I'm just not sure that we're getting our fair share. So I would encourage, while this thing is being done again, that if we have to meet, that the streets kind of be looked at again, because I only heard 2 streets out of all those streets that were out of Ward 1. I mean, I'm not sure. I think Walnut Trace maybe, when I'll have to go back and look, because it could be in Walton Trace subdivision. I'm not sure. So I would encourage that at least the Public Works Department have the opportunity to look at paving and look in that, because you got to remember this, Mayor, and this is, I call it like I see it. And, sometimes that gets me in trouble and sometimes it doesn't. All the people that campaigned this past time, when all of us did, it's the infrastructure in this town that we've got to start fixing. And we're doing a good job of it. And we had, and evidence was really good this weekend, because I mean, this is probably in December, November and December is the latest we've ever done because of the weather. But we got to really concentrate on the infrastructure of this town for the survival of this town. So I would encourage, us getting together maybe and having the Public Works take a look at the streets, and just to see if we can balance it for all of the city, not just a select few streets that has come up out of your office, but for everybody. That includes Ward 1, that includes Ward 2, Ward 3, 4, 5, and 6. Just a thought, because I can assure you I'm going to be looking, and I think all the other aldermen are going to be looking for infrastructure work, because we all campaigned on it. And we can't just go back on our word. I'm going to go back on my word, I'll tell you that. So just for all the aldermen in the mayor's office to think about, inline hockey, we got to make sure we're not going to go behind on that. And also our infrastructure and paving. Just a thought. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Skidmore. Alderman Dixon. Oh, hold on. Alderman Collins, you had your hand up a minute ago. I hope it wasn't technological that caused that.
I'm good.
Okay. Thank you. Alderman Dixon.
Clarification, Mayor. Are you proposing that we add the cost of paving those streets to this bond?
That's
Is
what I'm
that-
getting ready to, that's what I'm getting ready to do.
Well, this is about capital. This is a capital bond.
Mm.
And I correct me if I'm wrong, our paving, is that capital money?
Robert, you told us a couple weeks ago we could put streets in here. Am I wrong?
You can borrow for paving, just has to do with the life of the roads that we are paving. And my understanding from our public works director is that the life of these roads would be longer than the bond.
Okay, I'm just thinking that maybe the name of this resolution needs to change from capital outlay, but just thank you for the clarification.
I will get further clarification on that, but I know that we have done this in the past and for that reason have not looked exactly specifically into that, but I will verify.
Okay.
So Alderman Collins. Thank you, Alderman Dixon.
I, along with Alderman Robertson, was thinking that if we actually refinanced all of our debt, then I spoke with Robert earlier, and Robert, did you think that that savings could be 400 to 450,000 a year because of the interest rates now?
That's correct. It depends on the length of what we would refinance to and what the terms would be. Again, one thing that's kind of, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. One thing that's kind of a little bit up in the air is the terms and conditions of the borrowing. I've not found one yet that I don't already know about that is non-callable, but still verifying for that, and a financial advisor would certainly help in that manner.
Callable debt in my mind is an obstacle, but I would love to see us fully explore refinancing while the interest rates are so low. And if we can save $400,000 or $450,000 a year and specifically allocate that money towards paving, I think we can kill all of our birds with one stone. I do think it needs to be a separate resolution so that the finance committee can thoroughly evaluate that and work with Public Works to determine how that can play out for us. I would like to co-sponsor that with the both of you, but for the time being, I feel the most comfortable keeping this bond issuance as it is and on track timing wise. Doing one does not negate the ability for us to do another one. I feel more prepared to vote on the bond, including fire and hockey, than I do paving. And I know a lot of the reason this issue is coming up is because the new alderman needed to have time and information and be included in the decision. So I'm just letting you know that as one of those three new aldermen, I feel more comfortable voting on the two things that I'm already aware of without adding paving, but I do prioritize paving, and I want to work through the finance committee to get some money moving in that direction.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Robert, help me out here. And I'm going to ask two questions here. How do we make sure that the borrowing for these items and refinancing the debt, if we want to, is all one borrowing?
To do that in one borrowing, I will need to, instead of the RFP for this, I will need to start the process of an RFP for a financial advisor, likely.
Okay. If we want to do it separately, and I think Alderman Collins, that's sort of what you're suggesting. If we want to do it separately, are we going to get as good an interest rate for everything?
I wouldn't say it would be the exact same number, but relatively close. The difference likely, oh gosh, testing my quick math. Gosh, I'm sorry. I wasn't prepared for that one.
You're fine. You're fine.
I would say that it obviously will not be the exact same. I think I could probably pull up some numbers for you shortly after this, but I can't say right now with relative certainty that it would be material in amount of difference.
Okay. If we do them separately, likely our total payment is going to be more than if we do them as one borrowing.
Over the course of the entire loan, yes.
Yeah. Also, if we do them separately, we will have probably higher fees overall to pay as opposed to doing them together.
We would have an additional fee. We would have an additional bond counsel.
Okay. Alderman Collins, I think I cut you off.
Of course, I'm not, none of us know how significant these fees and the difference in the interest rate is going to be, but I do understand the urgency for moving forward with the hockey rink in particular because of the timing of their season. So I think it's probably time to vote. But when we do that, can you clarify exactly what we're voting on?
I will. I'm about to scrap the whole resolution and fill in some blanks there. So, first, however, I think it would make sense for someone to make a motion for us to continue past 11 o'clock.
So move.
I have a motion from Alderman Waters.
Second.
And a second from Alderman Hayes. Alderman Edwards, you know the answer to this. Do we need 2/3 of a vote?
Yes, I believe we're right. 2/3 to go past 11. So what? We'd have to have 9 votes.
9. Yep. All those in favor of continue the meeting past 11, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. That passed unanimously. Robert, help me out. We're not at 6.5. We're at 5.9. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So here's what my motion is going to be. And Alderman Robertson, listen along, please, and maybe a thumbs up or an ugly face or something like that. So what I would like to do is to include in my resolution, which is going to be resolution 2020-70, 2020-71, excuse me, include all the items that were approved on November 10th, with the exception of the fire hall. Robert, was the fire hall 2.5 million? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, what'd you say that resolution was, sir? That resolution?
So the current resolution that we're talking about is 2020-71.
71?
And what I'm going to ask to do is gut the whole thing, remove all the text, and add this text in there. That we approve borrowing for the items that were approved on November 10th, minus the fire hall, and I'll explain that in a second. Instead of the fire hall, it would be $2.5 million for paving, with a list to be determined by us at a later date. And with the understanding that the lodging tax revenues would be going toward the roof. And to do this in whatever manner we need to, for it to be one bond, for it to for our previous bond issues to incorporate this and move it as expeditiously as possible. The reason that I suggest we remove the fire hall is because conversation with the chairman of the county budget committee said the county is interested in giving us $2.5 million for fire hall. If we don't need that $2.5 million, and I feel confident that he is speaking honestly and with all reason to believe that that is a strong possibility, I don't want to reduce the overall bond, the overall borrowing. I'd like to use that for roads. Right now, there are no roads in what was passed on November 10th. If we go forward with this, there will be roads there. Alderman Waters, do you want to second that as you did the previous motion?
Yes, sir. Second.
Okay. Alderman Robertson, do you need me to clarify that? Is that in line?
Well, I would like to ask advice from Mr. Bradley. What I want to do is codify that the roof would be pavement. I can't say that I support other aspects of the mayor, but is that language that he mentioned sufficient to direct future budgets that the portion of the debt of the roof will be paid by the hotel motel tax?
Mr. Roberts, I think that would be better served in additional legislation. I think Mr. Manning is very concerned because this resolution that passed in November has already been approved by the controller's office and has already actually even been bid. So, this could have the effect, if we start changing it around so much, it could have the effect of putting us back where everyone says we don't want to be. And I think we need to hear from Mr. Manning about that.
I will add that the comptroller's office has not seen this, waiting for tonight as an additional note. But if we are to do, I do think that adding language for refinancing is problematic. As far as directing future budgets, I don't see an issue if it was in the amendments for the legislative history, if that makes sense. And in my mind, that was what we were discussing earlier. If that wasn't the case, I apologize. But
yeah, Mr. Bradley, the only thing I'm not dealing with bundling the financing. That's the mayor's motion. I'm only saying was the language that he used to codify the how that BOMA will pay for the debt service for the roof was adequate. Mr. Manning, you don't think the comptroller cares how we pay for it, do you?
I don't believe so. As long as we full faith in tax.
I'm sorry, that was poorly worded. So you understand, Mr. Bradley, I'm not dealing with the bundling of financing. I'm only dealing.
You're just adding something to it with respect to repayment. I get that.
Correct.
I don't think that would have. I don't see how the controller's office would have an issue with that. That's really sort of a separate issue from the borrowing of the money. And like you say, I don't think they would care how we pay for it as long as we're financially strong enough to borrow the money with the expectation that we will pay it. You're just specifying how we're going to pay part of it.
Yeah, thank you. So, Mayor, to answer your question, I haven't been involved in discussions with the county. I do know that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. So, I would be reluctant to take out the fire hall until the county commission actually appropriates money. And so if they do that in the future, then the finance committee and maybe public works can make recommendations on any savings that we use to be earmarked toward paving.
That makes sense, Alderman Robert. I'm sorry.
So I with all due respect, I couldn't support taking out the fire hall because I'm not sure that the county has signed the dotted line yet. Maybe Chief Bush could answer that, but I would prefer to leave it in. And then if they come through and agree to pay the debt, then we'll for sure decide where we put that savings. And also, I'm afraid, as Mr. Manning said, if we bundle the refinancing of existing debt and the new debt, that might delay and cause a problem. Chairman Cunningham has agreed to sponsor that resolution with maybe all of us to refinance it. So I think that we're accomplishing the same thing without muddying the water.
Alderman Robertson, several years ago, I think it was before I was mayor, we had a bond issue, the city had a bond issue, and I think at the tail end of what passed was all excess money not used for this list goes toward paving. Maybe that's what we do. We leave the fire hall in there, and all money not used for that list goes toward paving.
I would support that.
Okay, okay. Robert, am I making sense here? Is we're gonna list, probably, let's think about this. 5.9 plus 2.5. So we're gonna list $7.4 million in expenses, but we're only gonna borrow 5.9. And that 2.5 on paving is essentially the overage.
Need some technical advice on that. That's not what I understood we were going to do.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
I see. I'm caught up now. I'm sorry I've interrupted. I've just caught up to what you were saying, Mayor.
Okay. So, Alderman Robertson, maybe the wording is better. That we use the lists from November 10th. We add paving as the lowest priority to spend up to $2.5 million.
Well, I don't want to put anybody on the spot. I'd like to hear from the finance chairman. Maybe she has some better words to use or to give us some advice on this. Chairman Cunningham.
I think it should be clean. I think we should just leave the bond the way it is based on the finance director's advice. I think we should, Eddie, you and I and whoever else, I know Rachel might have mentioned she might want to be a sponsor. Karen, as part of finance, may want to be a sponsor also for the refinancing of the existing debt. Normally, when you refinance, the rate for just that, refinance portion is maybe slightly higher than if you go in with a fresh new money. What they call in banking is the new money. The new money usually gets a lower interest rate versus a refi. The refi is still it's going to be a great rate, but it might be a slightly higher. So I would just leave those two separate like that. Just like you suggested, I would leave the bond the way we have it as is.
Alderman Robertson, how do we get paving into the bond?
I understand. I understand the need to do that. Let me ask the fire chief a question. And I apologize for dominating this. I sure don't mean to do it. But Chief Bush, how much of this bond is going toward a new engine?
800,000. But that's fully equipped. That's because we don't have any spare equipment to put on one if we buy. So basically we call it a turnkey. It's $800,000 that everything will come on that apparatus, nozzles, hose, radios, the whole shebang.
I would like Mayor to maybe think about this possibility, and maybe the Public Safety Committee, maybe instead of putting the engine in the bond, that we use that for paving, but still make a commitment that out of the budget to pay for the equipment. I mean, that won't be due for a couple of years, Scotty, because it'll take at least a year to build the fire hall and get the money. I mean, it may take 2 years to build it, right?
Yes, sir. I mean, the plans, as you know, we've been doing the drawings for the last year and a half. Basically, the architect that we chose, or the company that we chose, basically is not going to look for a GC till February or March, because they seem to think that that's when they're going to come in with their best bids because of winter and they're really getting back on their feet again. So you can figure anywhere from 12 to 18 months from this coming February or March if everything goes well with that. That's correct.
So Chairman Brown, I know that you're no longer on public safety, but do you think that we could take that money for the engine and put it in paving, but with the commitment that public safety would make part of the budget, the fire engine that we need for the building whenever that's due? Put that in the next year's budget.
You asking that as a question of me?
Yes, sir.
And I'll have to address it a couple different ways if you're going to give me your floor. First of all, I don't think that's a good idea. Secondly, the reason I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. Robertson, is we have a bond set up that we talked about over the past several months. We talked about that, what we were going to do in the Capital Projects Committee, what the Safety Committee thought was the best thing to do, and that was bond both those items, the building and the fire apparatus at the same time. Secondly, and let me address why I don't think that is good money well spent for paving at this time either. Right now, we have approximately $1.6 million left in our paving budget for this fiscal year that has not been spent. Those folks that are paving for us were not even able to pave today due to COVID shutting them down. We've spent approximately $1.2 million of our paving budget for this year. Last year, we ended the fiscal year with $656,000 left in our paving budget. I realized that COVID had something to do with that this spring, but we were still paving last fall. The year before that, we ended with $125,000 in our paving budget. So the present fiscal year, the past fiscal year, and the one before, we've had ample money to do paving. We have just not accomplished that task. So I don't feel really good about bonding any money for paving, especially if it takes away from a fire apparatus. I know that's a long, convoluted answer, but there you go. Thank you.
You always give good answers, Chairman Brown. So Mayor, maybe it would be better just to make this clean, with the payment of the roof, and a separate item, a resolution for refinancing, and move it forward. I mean, you can make whatever motion you want and we'll vote on it, but maybe that would be the best manner after hearing the other members.
Okay. So here's the motion that I'll make is that so I'm going to amend my resolution, remove all the text in there, and let's go with the $5.9 million that we agreed to spend on November 10th, minus the $2.5 million for the fire hall, and spend that $2.5 million on paving, which we don't have any money in paving right now. Alderman Waters, does that suit you for your second?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what we got. Alderman Skidmore.
Yeah, just real briefly. One, I agree. I think Alderwoman Dixon, but mostly the mayor's, this is for you. I agree wholeheartedly on the refinancing. However you want to get it done, because I think now more than ever, this is the time to do it with the rates being the way they are in terms of refinancing. And then I'll be quiet for a little while. And then the other is, I agree with the paving. I disagree vehemently with Alderman Brown, but I agree that we're at a point in paving in this city, as much as I've seen it all through the city, that we're going to have to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to put it in a bond, but we're at the point that we're going to have to. And so I encourage that. And I'll just leave it at that. But I agree with you about the refinancing. I'm on board with that. And I'm on board with the paving. And then I'm also on board with the inline hockey as well. We've got to continue that effort. We really, truly do. We owe those people. And we owe our community for all this. So whatever it takes to keep going forward and with what we're doing, we as a board will be better for it, because the people are going to look to see it, to see what we're doing. And I think you all know that. And we've got to be the stewards of the taxpayers' money. And we've got to show them we're doing something, not just sitting up here every other Tuesday night arguing. And this is the first time in a long time that we've all been up here discussing things that we hadn't been arguing each other. And I'm proud of each and every one of you.
You bold
for that. And so I thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you. Alderman Hayes.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wanting to check and see if Mr. Lamarb had anything to add, especially on this bond issue.
Yes,
Any specific question?
Yeah, in particular, if he had something to add, I saw him raising his hand about the bond issue, this particular issue we're talking about.
Is it okay if I speak, Mayor?
Well, I mean, keep in mind that you're, your staff, and that you need to be answering questions, and that's typically the way that staff is. So go ahead.
I'm asking a staff question, Robert, which is a direct question that Robert and I had a conversation about a few weeks ago. We asked the question that if some of the monies, let's just say the fire hall was put in the bond, and in 6 months the county gave $2.5 million, and there was $2.5 million left in the bond, could we take that $2.5 million and use it for something else? And Robert, you told me, and Andy Gilley, you could not use that for other things once the bond was approved. Okay, so tell me that if I'm either crazy or that we can't use that money. If the fire hall goes away and we pay for it some other way, we can't take that $2.5 million and pay for paving.
That's not in the resolution at this point.
Well, there was a question a minute ago when I had my hand up 30 minutes ago is what I wanted to ask. I was going to ask it then.
Alderman Hayes, anything else?
No, except for Mr. Bradley. Did you also have your hand up?
No, I don't see it.
You're muted.
I did not. I just want to be sure that whatever it is we're voting on, if we're doing anything other than the resolution that's previously passed, I just want to be sure that our finance director is confident that that's something that can be approved by the controller's office.
Well, sorry, did I speak over somebody? I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead, Robert.
I'm comfortable now. One thing I was considering though, Alderman Roberson, about the hotel motel. We do have to appropriate funding once borrowed. It may be, and tell me how you feel, but it may be more appropriate to do it in the appropriation of the funding as a stipulation there for payment rather than altering language here. I don't know how you feel.
I've taken it out.
Oh, okay. Well, ignore me. I feel comfortable.
Mayor, I guess the main thing is I'm just a little confused now. We've talked about so many different things. Yeah. I just hope you can help us clear it up before we take a vote.
So take what we approved on November 10th, remove the 2.5 million for fire hall, and add 2.5 million for road paving.
Is that the only thing we've done?
That's what my proposal is at this point.
So break it down for me if you don't mind, Mayor. What's your total? What's your total?
Total still 5.9 million.
5.9 total?
Yep.
Okay, 2.5 of that is for paving.
Right.
That leaves what? At least 3.4.
Right.
Now what's that for?
Robert, can you help us answer that question?
3.4?
Yeah.
Is the question, how much would the payment be?
No, what were the other items that make up the 3.4?
Oh, I'm sorry. It would be the fire trucks and the inline hockey. Those are the only two left outside of paving.
All right. Take the fire truck out, Mayor, Robert, from the 5.9.
Okay.
Take that out.
Okay, that's 5.1.
It'd be 5.1 total.
Yes.
That's including the inline hockey, though.
That's correct.
And the paving.
Yes, sir.
No fire hall.
Right.
Well, the amounts are the same, so that's correct.
No fire hall. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Somebody's saying yes. Okay. So the total is 5.1, Mayor.
Well, I've got 5.9, but that includes 800,000 for the fire apparatus. You seem like you might want to take that out.
Yes, sir. Now, another question. Let's go back to the Sumner County donation a while ago you mentioned.
Okay.
Have they done this before? It's not something new.
They did it with Portland. They provide money to partially pay for a fire hall in Portland. And since then, every city has been asking County Mayor Anthony Holt and their county commissioners when their city is going to get the same treatment.
Okay. Are you confident that we're going to get that money, and when?
I'm not confident when, but I feel strongly that that's what the discussion was. That's what the proposal was. And I was frankly sort of surprised when I asked, what part of the 2.5 million? The answer was all of it.
2.5. I want to be sure we cover paving, and I want to be sure we take care of our citizens on the inline hockey, moving it, because that's really dear to my heart. And you've got those in your resolution, right?
That's in there. Yep.
That's part of the 5 point. Well, you say 9. Robert says 1. Okay.
Well, go ahead, Alderman Waters.
No, go ahead.
No, it's 5.9 as I proposed at this point. The 800,000 for the apparatus is still in there. We may get back to a conversation about that in a second, but that's the way that I proposed it in your second.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that, Alderman Waters. Alderman Campbell.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are we on a main motion or an amendment at the moment?
We're just on the main motion.
Okay, we've been all over the place now. Then, if this should be voted down, with the original bond issue still be standing?
Well, that's the difference in rescinding something and proposing a new resolution. If we were just talking about rescinding this and we had done that, then we could be talking all over the place. But if this gets voted down as the main motion, we're done with this subject. We move
No
on
bond
to the
at
next.
all.
We move on to the next. No, the bond continues as it did November 10th without any paving in there. We move on to the next agenda item.
Okay, I'm just clarifying. That's what I wanted to double check. We've been all over the place here on this discussion. That's why I wanted to verify where we're at right now. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding apparatus for our fire department, typically those take 12 to 13 months to be built, sometimes longer. It's hard to know with the supply chain disruption at this point, but that's why we have to plan ahead when we're ordering an apparatus truck, just for benefit of our newer members, because in my tenure, we have ordered apparatus before. So that's why we do plan ahead this far. I'd like to call the question.
Motion to call the question, which takes a 2/3 vote to end debate and move on to the main motion. All in favor of ending discussion, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
No.
Waters,
No.
Clary.
Aye.
It's 11 ayes, 2 nays.
Okay, that passed with a majority vote. Now we're back on the main motion. The main motion that we're going to vote on without any other discussion. The main motion is that we accept the list in the resolution in that list, or the list that was in the resolution on November 10th, with the differences being that we are removing the 2.5 million for a fire hall and adding 2.5 million for paving. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Mayor, I have a point of order that I would like to raise and ask a legal question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Bradley, I I know that the debate is cut off, but would there be an opportunity if this motion fails for me to make an amendment to the motion?
No, you could do that. You'd have to add something to the agenda by 2/3 vote because this issue would be over. We've got the main motion on the floor, and we could add something to the agenda if you wanted to bring something else up. But once that question's called, I mean, we're really supposed to be voting on that.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kay.
Brown,
No.
Campbell,
No.
Collins,
No.
Cunningham,
No.
Dixon,
Yes.
Edwards,
No.
Hayes,
No.
Peterson,
Yes.
Petrelli,
No.
Robertson.
Oh,
Was that nay?
no. Nay.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Waters,
Yes.
Clary,
Yes.
five yeas, 8 nays.
That fails. Next, we have item B on the agenda. This is a motion for a resolution rescinding the board's action on resolution 2020-70. That was a resolution amending resolution 2020-36 by extending the term of the interim city administrator. This is a resolution that we are resolving, that the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, that we rescind the action of resolution 2020-70. Effectively, this would allow us to discuss again resolution 2020-70. We could make changes to it. We could alter the timeline to it. We could kill it altogether. But first, we need to pass a motion to rescind it to even really discuss what we want to do with it. So I so move.
Second.
And a second from Alderman Waters. Alderman Petrelli.
Hear you.
My hand is not up, Mayor, but thank you.
Good. Alderman Robertson.
No. No, I'm ready to vote. I have no questions.
Okay.
I got a question.
Alderman Waters.
Okay, we're talking about 2020-70, right?
Yes, and if we make a motion to rescind, then we can talk about all sorts of possibilities anybody wants to consider.
Okay, I need to wait then, don't I, before I talk?
Oh, so, okay.
Okay.
All those in favor of resolution 2020-72, this is a motion to rescind the board's action on resolution 2020-70. Please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
No.
Campbell,
No.
Collins,
No.
Cunningham,
No.
Dixon,
Yes.
Edwards,
No.
Hayes,
No.
Peterson, Peterson,
Yes.
Petrelli,
No.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Waters,
Yes.
Clary,
Yes.
6 yeas, 7 nays.
Okay. Next on the agenda is item L, and that is reading a resolution 2020-64, a resolution amending the personnel rules and regulation regarding employee birthday holidays. Alderman Petrelli.
So moved.
Motion
Second.
and a second from Alderman Cunningham. Alderman Waters, did you wish to speak on this?
No, I'm sorry.
Alderman Robertson.
Yes, I have a question for the sponsor.
Good.
Is there a fiscal note on this resolution, Vice Mayor Petrelli?
There is not. It's technically the same as what we're doing now, but what we're doing is giving folks the ability to have the whole calendar year to choose the date of which their birthday is. I don't know if Chris Taylor is on the call. I had asked for him to. Oh, there he is. I'm going to hand this over to Director Taylor. Thank you for hanging in there at this long meeting.
Oh, I've still got plenty on the agenda that I'm hanging in there all night for. So it's kind of like a lock-in. Alderman Robertson, good question. The answer to that would be no. I mean, this is essentially what the city employees already get their birthday holiday. For the past 100 years, eligible employees could take their birthday off within 1 week of their birthday. So you basically have a 2-week window to take off your birthday. However, at least my experiences we are all over the board with employees and or supervisors knowing and following that rule. This is an effort to be more consistent, give the employees and departments some flexibility so we don't have staffing issues. It basically allows them to have all year long to take off their birthday. What else? With Dave's support, we actually waived this rule back in March because of staffing issues when COVID happened. We have had zero issues, to my knowledge, across the city with allowing that birthday flexibility since March because of the COVID pandemic. But this is simply an effort to continue that, to front load birthdays. I do not anticipate any issues out of this one.
Well, a no would have been sufficient, but thanks for the amplification. That's all, Mayor.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Chris, thank you. I see nobody else wishing to speak on this item. All those in favor of Resolution 2020-64, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown, Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
That passes with a unanimous vote. Next, we have item C. Kay, am I correct about this?
You get a break there. I'll talk to
Kay, am I correct about this? Item C?
City Administrator.
Correct.
Okay, then we've got second reading of ordinance 2020-43. This is an ordinance amending budget ordinance 2020-20 by appropriating funds from the general fund and the hotel lodging tax reserve fund balance. Alderman Brown.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Alderman Brown and a second from Alderman Campbell. All those in favor of second reading of ordinance 2020-43, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye again.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
That passes unanimously. Thank you, Kay. Next, we have item D. This is second reading of ordinance 2020-44, an ordinance amending budget ordinance 2020-20 by appropriating funds from the general fund and transferring additional funds from the Parks Department budget. Alderman Brown.
So moved.
Second.
The motion is second from Alderman Brown and Alderman Campbell.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. All those in favor of second reading of ordinance 2020-44, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Passes unanimously. Thank you, Kay. Now we have item E. This is second reading of ordinance 2020-45, an ordinance amending the budget ordinance 2020-20 by reallocating funds from the governor's local grant. Alderman Brown.
Move.
Second.
Motion from Alderman Brown, a second from Alderman Petrelli. All those in favor of second reading of ordinance 2020-45, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary,
Aye.
unanimous.
That passed unanimously. Next, we have first reading of ordinance 2020-38. This is an ordinance amending the Hendersonville Municipal Code, Title 20, Chapter 33, regarding handicap discrimination procedures. Alderman Petrelli.
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and a motion from Alderman Petrelli and a second from Alderman Cunningham. All those in favor of ordinance 2020-38, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Sorry. Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
excuse me, Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary,
Aye.
that's unanimous.
That passed unanimously. Did I hear a motion to take a break? I ran through some of this stuff pretty quickly. Did I miss something?
Let me ask you, Mayor, a question.
Let's take a break.
Okay.
So what we can do is while we're taking a break, I'll look at the possibility of grouping these that may make up for the 5-minute break that we take. Alderman Waters, is that what you're requesting, a 5-minute break?
5-minute break. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
That'll be.
Second from Alderman Petrelli. All those in favor of taking a 5-minute break, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Karen,
Brown,
don't fall asleep on us.
Sorry.
Yes.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary,
Aye.
that's unanimous.
That passes. Take a 5-minute break. It will be 5 minutes. No more.
Yes, sir.
Good. Just,
You there? How come you let me screw up on that city administrator? No, I wanted to close that thing out now. What, a city administrator? I mean, what's, huh? So what's the next step on it? Who is? Who is? I want him to get out of there tonight, the end of this month. I misunderstood you. I wanted to talk about it. Okay, so if you think it'll come up at next meeting? I hope so. Okay, brother, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Hey, turn your mic off. Hold on. Can you hear me? I'm on my phone. I'm in the you can see me where? BOMA. What was I saying? Okay, let's see. I'm gonna put that.
Mark, you sound like an old man.
I feel like it. Let me tell you. Yeah. Thank God I got all my Christmas done though, man. Got all that done.
That was our 5-minute break.
And we're all back.
I don't think that's true. That's wishful thinking. But I can impress everybody watching by counting to 13. Let's see what I can do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I got 13. Tina, we're back on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you. We're back after a 5-minute break. I'm going to propose that we group item G, J, N, and O.
If that's a motion, I'll second it.
I'll make that motion. Alderman Edwards is going to second that. Kay, are you with us? It's going to be G, J, N, and O.
Did you intend to leave K out?
Yeah, and we've already dealt with L, H, I, and M has been removed. Okay. All those in favor of grouping G, J, N, and O, please signify by saying aye when Kay calls your name. Those opposed, please say no.
Brown,
Where's Steve?
Steve, you here?
You're mute.
And I.
They did.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
I will have to say no because I'm in opposition to item O.
Waters, Waters,
Okay. I.
Clary.
Aye.
That's 12 ayes, 1 nay.
Okay. Now we have consideration of these 4 items. First reading of ordinance 2020-42, an ordinance amending the Hendersonville Municipal Code Title 8, Chapter 2 regarding beer, as well as resolution 2020-61, a resolution accepting the dedication of the completed streets in the meadows of Indian Lake, Phase 6, Hendersonville, Sumner County, Tennessee, as well as resolution 2020-68, a resolution amending the job classification list and pay table, and resolution 2020-69, a resolution to approve the final development plan for Festival Center Area 2A Camel Express. Also move.
Second.
The second from Alderman Waters. Any discussion?
Oh, yeah.
Alderman Skidmore, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to belabor the issue on this one, but down there off of Rockland and Gallatin Road right there, we've got like, what, 3 within a mile, 3 car washes. I just think that's a little too many for us. And I'm just going to voice my opposition again, when we did a move to group for that down there off Rockland Road. I'm opposed to it. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you. All those in favor of first reading of ordinance 2020-42, resolution 2020-61, resolution 2020-68, and resolution 2020-69, please signify by saying aye. If you're opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson.
Aye.
Excuse me. Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
No.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary,
Aye.
12 ayes, 1 nay.
Those items passed with a majority vote. Thank you, Kay. Now we have resolution 2020-63, a resolution amending the personnel rules and regulations, Rule 5, recruitment and employment, Rule 6, examinations, Rule 7, eligibility list, and Rule 8, appointments. Alderman Hayes.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Alderman Hayes and a second from Alderman Petrelli. Alderman Hayes, question has come up from a couple sources that I want to ask. What's the impact on department heads, especially fire and police? I got the sense that it's going to be bigger on them than other departments.
I probably need to get our director, Chris Taylor, involved, but I'll just mention this. This resolution was already approved unanimously by the General Committee, and it is updating, moving a lot of everything from applying to jobs to doing the onboarding from paper to digital. Specifically, when it comes to testing, it's going to move a lot of that testing that was old-fashioned, typing test and things of that nature, again, back to digital. This is totally different for fire and police. And with that, Director Taylor, would you please help me out here?
Yeah, I was actually even looking through this and trying to note the language where it talks specifically about police and fire are kind of their own bear.
Yes,
a lot of this will have to do with recruiting police and firefighters. However, their testing processes are much different than any other job in the city. So I'm not sure, Mayor, if you've got anything specific that I can try to help answer, but I think Alderman Hayes explained it very well. This is trying to help us get into the 21st century with recruiting. We would like to switch to online recruiting at some point. Right now, we're doing some old school hard copy papers, which is inefficient and not really attractive to candidates. But anyways, I'll be happy to answer anything I can. This should give us more flexibility than restrictions.
That's good news to me. I'd like to hear what the comments were from department heads. Since it just went to general committee, I'm concerned that some department heads may not have seen it.
Is that a question for me or?
Probably not really. Alderman Hayes, how would you feel about putting this off and asking the department heads to weigh in on this and see if they feel like there's any need for any changes?
How long would we need, probably, Mayor? I definitely want to work with you.
Oh, I agree. I appreciate that. I mean, the next meeting we have is first meeting in January.
Would that be a very bad setback for us, Director Taylor?
Not a setback. I would encourage I mean, this has been on the agenda. This went to general committee quite some time ago. And I mean, I feel like I've been as transparent as I could be, not to mention I've had plenty of discussion with lots of city staff and department heads. So I would, if it needs to be delayed, that's fine. I would challenge anybody in the city to come forth with any questions or concerns they have. And to this point, I have not had one person question or have concerns regarding these policies.
Okay.
I don't want to delay it, but Mayor, I'll work with you. If you want to, I'll be willing to do that.
I like Chris's wording right there is let's put it off, and then we'll challenge any department head or any employee to come forward and suggest changes or concerns, express some concerns. Let's put it that way.
I think my big question is if there were some concerns, as long as they weren't substantial. I mean, does this process have to start over? I mean, go back to—
No, not a bit.
Okay. I certainly don't mind to. I will send out an email tomorrow encouraging people to come. I'm assuming we can put this on the January BOMA meeting. Is that reasonable, Mayor? The first meeting?
Yeah, absolutely. I like the idea of an email.
Okay.
Thank you both. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So Alderman Hayes, do you want to withdraw that, or do we need to vote on deferring it?
I'll withdraw it then until that first meeting in January, if that's what you. If that sounds good to you.
And if you withdraw it, it means you can bring it back up whenever you want.
Okay.
That works.
Okay.
Thank you, Alderman Hayes.
Yes, sir.
Next, we have other agenda items. Appointment of a planning commission member. I don't see a lot of people raising their hands.
What night did they meet on, Mayor?
What was that?
What's their normal meeting night? And how long does the meetings normally last? I mean, I've been to a couple of them throughout the years, but I haven't
Keith,
said it.
Keith looks eager to sell this position.
Let me tell you, this is a
I've sat through some 5-hour public works meetings and 6-hour public works meetings. So
these typically
That ain't never going to change, brother.
it's the first Tuesday of the month, and we meet at 6:30. The typical meeting lasts about an hour, but when we do have a heavy agenda, the longest meeting, normal long, would be maybe 2 to 3 hours, but typically it is about an hour long meeting. We do have a second meeting that we have, but we usually don't meet on, where we have work sessions, and that is the third Tuesday of the month at 6:30. But typically we'll only have work sessions maybe 2 or 3 times a year.
Sounds exciting.
But
I wanted to ask those questions so everybody be up to speed with what's involved. So thank you.
I'd love to do it. I'm just not allowed to. Alderman Robertson.
Yeah, I just wonder if any of the new members would be interested in serving on that. I have been on the planning commission, before I was an alderman, and you really get to be on the front end of a lot of these proposed changes, in the city. So I just wonder if there's any new member that would like to volunteer.
They all seem to be ignoring you, but Alderman Brown has his hand up. Maybe he's interested.
All right. I tried.
Are you officially calling on me?
I am. Go ahead.
Okay. I put my hand up because I wanted to nominate my brother and colleague, Eddie Robeson, who has served on that commission before, understands the processes already, and think would be a great asset to what we're doing. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
I'll second
We have a nomination, but Alderman Robertson is shaking his head.
No. If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve.
Alderman Petrelli.
Run to the hills.
Bad attitude, Eddie.
Thank you, Mayor. I have served as a BOMA liaison to the Planning Commission, and I will agree with Alderman Roberson that it is very enlightening, because I was a new alderman as well, because it really gets you in the know with the projects that are potentially coming down the pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Petrelli.
Mayor, if I could say, when you're in that position as an alderman, you're actually playing 2 roles. So it's not like you're necessarily an alderman on the planning commission. You're actually a planning commissioner. So there'll be instances where, as a planning commissioner, you might vote for something because of the constraints of being a commissioner. But then when it comes before you at BOMA, you may vote against it because you have greater flexibility.
I was on there myself. I was on there, God, back in the days when it was crazy. And I was on there for, I think, 4 years. So it's very educational.
Alderman Edwards.
Sell it.
Alderman Edwards. Thank you, Alderman Skidmore.
Mayor,
would Lee Peterson, would you be interested in it? If so, I would I'd nominate you.
I'll second that one.
He's drawing the short straw here, so
he said yes.
He said yes. Okay, I'll nominate Lee Peterson. Let's get him in.
Alderman Peterson, you are on mute.
You're mute.
Out of the
I heard him
frying
say
pan
yes.
into
It's
the
fine.
fire.
He said yes. We're good.
Yes, sign me up.
All right.
Yay.
Do we have any other nominations?
I'll second the Lee Peterson nomination.
I am going to declare that Lee Peterson, as the only person nominated,
I'll third it.
is our planning commission representative.
By acclamation.
By acclamation, exactly.
Well, if we say by acclamation, I got to vote on it.
Thank you, Lee.
All those in favor of Lee Peterson as our planning commission representative, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
Brown,
A hard decision, but I'll go with Peterson, I guess.
Campbell,
Aye. Peterson.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye, thank you, Lee.
Peterson,
Thank you.
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye, and congratulations and thank you.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
I'm voting like they are in Georgia. Aye, 5 times.
Waters,
Aye, congratulations, Mr. Peterson.
Clary.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Passed unanimously. Lee, thank you for that. Dave, do you want to give a report?
No, I'll go ahead, and since the time's late, Mayor, we just a lot of things going on, and I'll go ahead. And the only thing really finalizing the audit, it's going to be due December the 30th. Police and fire calls kind of crazy right now. Parks awards and people working COVID remotely at City Hall. It's working out pretty well. We've had several people come down with COVID. So other than that, a lot of stuff going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Alderman Robertson, do you have a question for our city administrator?
I do. Mr. Lamar, I would appreciate at the next meeting if you could give us a report on the possibility of a hybrid meeting where those that want to attend in person could, and those that don't. I know the county commission is doing that. So maybe if you could get the IT person to talk to the county to see, at least present that option to us at the next meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Robertson, I've already got an email or text message from my IT staff earlier in the evening, and they are going to look into that starting tomorrow.
Thank you.
Dave, thank you. Alderman Robertson, thank you. Here's my report. Kay is leaving us. You notice that Annette Hunter has been with us and on the meeting over here in the screen in our Brady Bunch grid. And the reason for that is Annette is going to be the person taking notes and handling the recorder responsibilities. Kay, we very much appreciate what you've done. There is no doubt how important you are to this city and how important you are to this board. There is no greater way to signify that importance than the fact that in just a couple seconds, I'm going to ask you if we finish the agenda. So we appreciate you very much. We're going to have you come back at some point and to honor you live and let people know what a fabulous job you have done.
When's our last day?
Here, here.
Okay.
Here, here.
I appreciate the comments. I can't say it's always been fun, but it's always been interesting.
Kay Franklin for mayor.
Yes.
Yay.
Yes.
Thank you,
So,
Kay.
Kay,
You've done a great job.
Is it time to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
All those in
Yes, Merry
favor of
Christmas.
adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Kay calls your name.
One last time.
This will be the last time.
Uh-oh.
Brown,
Gonna miss you, Kay. Aye.
thank you. Campbell,
Thank you for all you've done to our city, for our city. Thank you. Yes.
thank you. Collins,
Thank you, Miss Kay. Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye, we're gonna miss you, Kay.
thank you. Dixon,
This will get a bunch
You're
of
gonna
time.
love it, Kay. Aye.
Edwards,
Aye, and good luck in all your future endeavors, Kay. We're definitely going to miss you.
thank you. Kind of surreal. Hayes,
Thank you, Kay. Aye.
Peterson,
Aye. Thank you, Kay.
Petrelli,
Thank you, Ms. Kay, for all of your hard work over the years. We are going to miss you very much. Aye.
Robertson,
Well done, Kay. You've been an exemplary public servant. And with that, I say aye.
thank you. Skidmore,
Love you, Kay. We go back a long way. Aye.
Waters,
Hello, predators. Aye.
Clary,
Aye. Thank you, Kay.
Phone
that's
was ringing.
unanimous.
We're adjourned. That passes unanimously. We're adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Christmas.